these guys will have an outside chance. It really depends on these the first 9 holes.
Mm-hmm.
If they can, miraculously get out in a, 4 or 5 or 6 under par, then all of a sudden it's game on.
Was on Sirius XM radio, PGA Championship radio earlier. CEO Derek Sprague came on as we're going to take a look at the action from our 2 guys, Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau, and I'll share that conversation with Derek Sprague in just a moment. Very different moves to the ball.
Yeah, both big guys, tall guys. Tony's really tall, and you can see how low his hands are and how far out in front. And then look at the difference in the length of the backswing. Bryson is going for the fences every swing. Tony is going to the fence right down the middle if he can.
Bryson's trying to hit it out of Quail Hollow.
Yes, he is.
And Tony Finau plays his cut. Bryson DeChambeau, baby draw.
Both of them hit their signature T-ball right there. So we hope to see a lot of that today.
Looking at the whole locations, and it was on PGA Championship Radio with Brendan DeYoung, who's going to be over on the other stream this afternoon on ESPN Plus. He saw a lot of birdieable hole locations. For the U.S. Open, if you have a number in the lead after 54 holes, normally if you just protect that number, you'll win it. At Augusta, for the Masters, very different. Second 9 on Sunday, there tends to be volatility where someone could go 4 or 5 under and try and chase you down. And I'd ask Derek, what's the mentality for the PGA Championship? It's DNA when setting up Sunday hole locations, and they're more like Augusta, where they want there to be birdies. They want there to be roars from the gallery. They want there to be the opportunity for someone to go on a serious run, which could be from 7 to 15, or for Scotty Scheffler yesterday, it was 14 through 18, 5 under the last 5.
Let's listen into them first.
Yeah, and even 4. Yeah, 3's fine. 84. Into the wind, 12, 13. Yeah. Just, is it a 7? No. It's got to be an 8, right? 96. The numbers would say we're close to a 7, but I don't love it.
The 1037 I don't really like either. I like a good 8.
Okay.
So put down and slow it a little bit too.
Yeah. Just one of these? Yeah, but just like try to flight it. Yeah. And yeah, we're just on it. It's what, 11 o'clock right now?
Yep.
And it's on it or just left of it's fine too.
Music bumping off in the distance. The conversation done. Steve Scott, what do we got in?
Greg Bodine with the marching orders there. 189 for Bryson. Wind out of the left, pretty good, but it should fit this front hole location that's very accessible.
He's watching it intently, and that's why. That was not a great start with a club with an 8 on the bottom of it.
And you said your key for him today was the iron game.
Well,
Unforced error from middle of the fairway to.
it's been his. That's why he didn't contend more at Augusta.
Mostly in, it's just the tiniest bit on the left. Yeah, we're trying to finish just barely left of this flag, right? Okay, perfect.
10 steps closer, 179 for Tony Finau here. And unlike Bryson, he has hit his iron so much better. Number 6 in proximity to the hole so far this week, averaging about 39 feet.
Trying to bring it in left to right. Looks like he's done a pretty decent job of it. Short. There's the wind, George. One of them looks like it kind of got caught up in the wind, and the other one kind of was going everywhere. So still going to be tough.
Both guys will be scrambling. I would assume where Finau ended up, the easier up and down of the two.
I don't think there's any doubt. Back to your point earlier, the hole locations, pin placements are definitely birdieable today. I think they're hoping for a few guys to take advantage of it and try to put some pressure on Scotty Scheffler. And if Scotty Scheffler plays like he did yesterday, I'd say it's probably going to be a moot point.
Burns 467, that's already in the house. 3 players at 4 under par on the course. Corey Connors, Harris English, Thorbjorn Olesen. They're all late in the day on the backside. Connors playing the 18th, Harris English through 14, Olesen through 16 for much of yesterday. and it appeared that 67 would be the low score for the third round. Then Alex Noren went 4 under his last 5 to shoot 66. I figured, okay, 66 is going to be the low number. And Scotty Scheffler somehow goes 5 under the last 5 to top that with the 65.
Well, they got the momentum going on the 2 easy holes, 14, 15, and then miraculously they made some birdies on the Green Mile.
As you're with us on ESPN Plus, George Savaricas and Scott Verplank. We have Bryson DeChambeau, Tony Finau, just beginning their walk around Quail Hollow. Final round coverage. If you want full final round coverage, it's now over on CBS. Steve Scott walking with our twosome. DeChambeau pacing off his third shot. Any idea how far onto the green he's going to try and land this, Steve?
Yeah, he's walking right around where he's going to do it. You know, it's very doable from this left side, guys. It's the right side is the bad miss here. So both these players have left it in a reasonable spot. Bryson's chip is going to break, you know, 2.5, 3 feet maybe, but it's working more up the hill. And he got a fortunate break to get it into the first cut of rough as well. It's not in the primary cut, so should get some clean contact on it.
Yeah, no doubt. If this ball was sitting in the thicker stuff, it'd be much more of a guessing game.
His scrambling game has not been sharp though this week. 12 of 19 through 3 rounds, so he needs to make sure he chips and putts. You're going to miss some greens today with this wind.
Third shot.
Keep going a little bit, and that's an excellent approach right there.
Which Steve mentions the scrambling numbers. That's a nice start for DeChambeau. He led the field at the Masters through 3 rounds, and that's how he was in that final group. But you don't want to be totally reliant on your short game to save you. But this week, 12 for 19 is not a phenomenal number, and that's part of the reason why he's 6 behind Scotty Scheffler.
Well, the reason he's 6 behind is because of his horrible finish yesterday. But if you leave yourself in like where Tony is here, your scrambling numbers should be pretty good.
Finau.
Looks like there's a great chance for 2 routine 4s and moving forward.
Tony pops it in, par on 1.
Which, as we saw yesterday, is not a bad way to start. Very few birdies and a fair amount of bogeys with the wind blowing like this.
Anything to this for DeChambeau?
Not really. If anything, it just kind of works towards the front of the green from his left to right, but mostly uphill. Such a difficult hole this first, just to get off with a nice solid 4. I mean, you're beating people for sure with strokes.
Yeah, and it's such a hard hole that it's kind of a calming effort if you can just make par and get over there and bust one over the trees on number 2.
A lot of birdies for the field so far on this second hole. 14 in this final round.
Yeah, sharp dogleg left. It's 457, but the way these guys are going to play it, the hole only plays about 420, 415, because they go right over the trees on the left. Both of these guys, if they hit a nice drive, they got wedge or some sort of wedge into this fairly benign hole location. A little surprised that this one's in the middle of the green, so they're inviting birdies.
Hole, please.
Yeah, you can see the tallest tree there just behind his cap, just behind his head. That little gap just to the right of it sets up perfect for Tony's high cut.
It's about 308 around the corner, but yeah, it's all about the trajectory you hit this one. Definitely helping on the wind. Goodyear blimp kind of right over this second fairway here, helping guide these players with the wind as well. This one not quite high enough.
Yeah, he didn't like it, hoping it'll get through.
He's trying to cheat through the trees. Appears that it got caught up.
Hold, please.
Bryson going to take different airspace with his tee shot.
Yeah, he's going to take it up the left side of that U in the trees there. I mean, he's just had a little nothing into this second green all week.
Yeah, 4 if you're on the blimp.
Yeah, this could be a 150 or 60 foot apex right here.
Hammer time.
He hammered it. Hopefully it doesn't go too far. And it's ideal. You couldn't drop it out there. He's the only guy that could drop it out there.
You mentioned he's got to hit fairways, 2 for 2 the first 2 holes. Tony Finau, 69 yesterday, trying to take it deep on Sunday. Same story for Bryson DeChambeau. All smiles early with the driver.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous six-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Xander with victory at Valhalla. Bryson DeChambeau, another U.S. Open championship.
And the champion golfer of the year.
McIlroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
How good was that call at Augusta National at the great Jim Nantz? McIlroy has his masterpiece. Well, Scotty Scheffler trying to win his 3rd major championship. Wonder what the call will be later today if Scotty Scheffler can get it done. If I were to give you, Scott Replank, Scotty Scheffler or the rest of the field, who are you going to take?
Scotty Scheffler. I mean, you can't bet against the guy. He's the best player in the world, and he's seemingly getting better each day.
Let me just double check.
Here's the ball position. Steve, Bryson DeChambeau only hit it 353 yards on that one.
Yeah, with about 4 yards a roll. So, yeah, just a nice little monster carry, 349 right there. Tony Finau, he's got a pretty reasonable line this left rough. Pretty fortunate it got through the trees. Should be really no issue between he and the hole location. The only issue is just stopping this ball.
Right. But the green does slope pretty good from kind of back left to front right,
That's
so
correct. I would say 6-7 yards.
could help.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to stop it with spin. You're going to have to stop it with trajectory, but if you can hit in that upslope and let it trickle right up to that top center terrace. This hole's only located about 12 feet above the ridge that bisects this green.
get up a little bit, and it just came out soft.
Second straight hole, Finau just short with his approach.
Maybe being a little cautious not to hit it past this hole location.
DeChambeau, longest drive on 2 today by 10.
All right, he's got to get these approaches dialed in. This is A1 position right here.
Distance he struggles with. Short wedge shots. DeChambeau.
Needs to come back. Yeah, boy, it's going to be a quick one right there. Would sure like to have that same distance putting up the hill.
You were so spot on in punctuating how Scotty Scheffler was always either hole high or leaving himself uphill birdie putts yesterday, and that's that fine line where Bryson's just enough off with his wedges where that birdie putt goes from one you can be offensive with to slightly defensive with based on how far he carried it and where it ended up.
Well, there's no doubt that this next putt is a defensive putt. But you're right. That's why Scotty is winning this week and has been winning worldwide for a couple of years. Is just he leaves the ball in the right spot and is the best course manager there is in today's golf.
You've had top 10 and top 5 finishes in major championships. When you've been a chaser, what have you done to try and create some momentum for yourself?
Well, the majors are the best example of one shot at a time, and don't force it. Take what the course will give you, and that's kind of what these guys, they feel like they need to force it, but you're still going to have to play smart to give yourself putts. Like I said, Bryson would be so much better off if he was underneath the hole 15 feet versus above it. So you're going to have to make some of those, though, if you want to make a comeback.
What's the play for Finau, Steve?
He's going to the wedge again. I mean, he could putt this one if he wants to, but pretty tidy chip there on number 1. Feels pretty good about his touch around the greens off this very tight approach. But up the hill shouldn't get away from him.
A little low all the way. Okay.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, it just, he's going to have a little breaker here for a guy that is not his strong suit on these, kind of makeable putts. You'd like to just chip him gimme like he did on the first hole. But if he gets away with a 4 after a kind of a not good drive, he's all right.
Are there times a made putt from 4 feet or 6 feet or 8 feet for par? Can that be the catalyst to spark you, as mundane as that sounds?
Definitely, and usually those putts are maybe after you've made 2 or 3 birdies, and then
got it. So it's later in the round.
Yeah, the 6th hole, you're 300 through 5, and then you kind of mess up the 6th, and you got a 12-footer for par, and you make it, and then it's like, let the horses run now.
Got it. So it's not like in the NBA where a shooter, if they're cold, can make a couple free throws, and then that maybe opens things up for them.
Well, I think everybody's different, but hey, if Tony's making all his putts, I mean, I'd say these guys eventually are going to have some good chances at birdie.
We have one for DeChambeau, Steve.
Yeah, this one right here, I think this is a huge putt in so many ways. This second green is located right near the first tee and right near the practice range. This would give a whole message to everybody who is trailing Bryson, that they would know that what he's done right here, this crowd will go crazy. We're about 15, 20 deep around this green right now.
16 feet out, DeChambeau.
Tough putt, though. Look how easy he hit it and did not even get it there.
Damn. Downhill, and that's short a couple feet.
Yeah, that was, I mean, as soon as he hit it, he was like, oh my gosh, did I decel that bad?
Defensive putt.
Very defensive.
Had under 100 yards in for a second, and that's a missed scoring opportunity at 2.
Yeah, and unfortunately he doesn't. Not that he's not going to make it, but he left it 2.5 feet short, putting down the hill again.
Yeah, a little tiddler here for Tony Finau. He's going to have to play this just on top of the hole. It's got quite a bit of break to it.
You can see how easy he hit that, but that was an excellent stroke right there.
You know, Scott, going back to Bryson, I thought it was very interesting in his warm-up on the putting green, how he calibrates his putting. He had a launch monitor out there we were watching, and a very systematic approach. There's not a whole lot of free-flowing feel to it. It's, you know, it's really a paint-by-numbers sort of scenario for him.
Yeah, we were both watching that going, well, it must work for him because it has up to this point, but it did not work on that first downhill 16-footer.
Definitely how his brain is wired for sure. Yeah, this one, not a whole lot of break, just get her started.
Pars across the board. 2 down, 16 to go.
Yeah, I think he's still confused with how he didn't hit that one hard enough.
Taking some time to soak it all in on the second green. We're going to go tee to green at the third, Scott.
Another long, very straight par 4 at 493. Winds in, mainly left to right, but a little in, so that makes it a little more uncomfortable to hit the fairway. But once again, the pin is kind of in the back middle of the green, a little bit easier spot than it was yesterday. Yesterday was on the back right, and it was just on top of a little knob. A good drive here, and you got to feel like you can get yourself a really good look at birdie.
Numbers for the third hole this week, the 7th most difficult, and that's the same story for this final round as well.
Yeah, it's just all about, if you're in the short grass, you can be aggressive to this whole location. If you happen to be in the rough, you're going to just take what it gives you.
Well, Tony's found that left rough each of the first 3 rounds here, expecting the wind to push it more to the right. Still working left to right like it has all week, though, so not a whole lot dissimilar.
We'll see if he learned his lesson and adjust a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's got his 4th one in that left rough, guys.
Oh, man.
That's okay, though. He's not going to be too encumbered by the oak tree in between him and the hole.
No, except that one looked like it really sat down on the last bounce, so we'll just have to see what it is. But it's not cutting for him off this tee.
All right, for the man who was #1 in driving distance through 3 rounds, I don't think that's going to change through this whole championship. He needs accuracy, no, not necessarily distance here.
And he's setting up for his draw. This one's way left.
The start line was like he was playing for a big cut, and then just turned over, clearly pulled that well left.
Yeah. Maybe he'll get lucky and catch a cleaner lie because it's over there where all the people are walking and sitting and all that, but that huge oak tree is going to be a factor in his next shot.
The PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile, features state-of-the-art technology from TrackMan, Top Tracer, Swing Catalyst, Putt View, and Sam Putt. Here's PGA professional Joe Hallett with more from Frisco on the driving differences between our two guys.
George, Scott, there we have 2 different, very different, unique builds, unique swings, and we saw some of that on the first hole. But, you know, there's a little secret. When you get to that level, they're looking for any way to get yardage that they can. And the secret, it turns out, might be in the ground. I've got a force plate right here, and believe it or not, when I stand on there, I see all that activity going on. It looks like my brainwave activity when I was hitting the part of the SAT, to be honest. What these players are doing, and they practice it every day, is learning when to really push and springboard off the ground. Now, for the average player, I'm going to give you a little clue here. If you're moving around on the backswing, you're not enjoying this game at all. If you're pretty stable on the backswing and then you're moving around when you start swinging down, you enjoy it sometimes, and other times you wonder where the game went. But what these players are doing is they're learning at the last possible second to put a little pop in this shot. Here's a good way to remember it and a good way to do it. When you get set to hit, I want you to feel like the real oomph with your body occurs right after you hear or feel impact. So I'm going to get up here. I'm going to try and make that real oomph. Right after impact, it's nothing but rainbows and unicorns. May the force be with you.
There we go. Here are these two guys. Curious what was your trigger in your swing, but first let's look at Tony on the left, Bryson on the right.
Yeah, Tony's set up to hit his normal cut, and for whatever reason, it hasn't been cutting on this hole for him. If he's hitting the left rough every day, Bryson is set up to hit his power draw, and he just got over it and started left. But just both of them, Tony's more effortless looking, but he still hits it forever. You know, Bryson swings for the fences. That's his long drive mentality, and it's been very successful for him.
Looks like it landed in someone's lap with Bryson's tee shot. There she is.
Yeah, now she doesn't know what to do.
Yep. Not quite playing as it lies.
No.
So for you to generate power, what was your kind of key in your swing, or your thought to trigger it?
It was definitely a lot of what Joe was saying. You got to stay into the ground, and for like myself, I always just tried to lengthen my backswing. You know, I always had maybe a 3/4 too short a parallel, and if I really wanted to hit it further, I'd try to get all the way back. But listen, my power days were gone about 30 years ago. Actually, maybe 40. When I was in college, I was long. Not anymore. Once I started having surgeries, I was done.
40-year anniversary of your win as an amateur, 1985 Western Open, 5-time PGA Tour winner.
Okay, did we get the young lady moved, or are they waiting still?
Yeah, it's tucked away down there.
Okay, well that's what I was. How did it get under? Okay.
The great reveal.
Yes. Okay.
We've seen it all, guys. We've seen it all.
And this is going to actually be a really good break for Bryson.
The birth of Bryson's tee shot on the third.
Yes.
I'm just gonna make.
What a beautiful lie.
Sorry about that.
Well, the grass should be all matted down there, so he's, as far as the lie goes, he's going to get a nice break.
And she gets a signed ball. Nice touch by Bryson.
Of course.
Rangefinders, aka distance measuring devices, in play at the PGA Championship, as they have been the last 5 years. PGA Tour just wrapped up a 4-week test as well, so much more commonplace in the game. There's the whole location on 3, 27 on, 6 off that right-hand side. But Steve, I mean, all in all, seems like a really good break for Bryson.
Yeah, real good. I mean, he's going to have to go airborne very quickly, though, to get it over this willow oak tree. That's some 60 yards ahead of his ball, but if anybody can shoot a cannon up in the air, he can. But yeah, the lie, it's all about the lie. This left side definitely more hospitable than the right side.
Well, just the fact that it was on that mat and she's sitting on it. No offense to her, but the grass is, she and her husband, the grass is all matted down, so it's a tremendous, tremendous break for Bryson.
Yeah, everybody's okay. Everybody's good. He did the signed golf ball and everything. That was good on him, but it's time to get back to business.
She'll never forget that moment.
So it's 138. So it's out.
Look at her showing off the autographed ball in the background. And someone getting a video of it with Bryson in the foreground.
Hey, buddy, you're in the way, buddy.
Yeah, it'll be on Instagram or something before you know it.
I don't know how active she is on Instagram, but it'll probably make its rounds on social media.
That's what out. Not cold, but I still think it's fine. Yeah. That's with wind. Well, with the wind, because we're trying to land at 146. We're playing 8 of health. Yeah. Down off our left, okay? Just go. Yep.
Well, guys, Tony Finau has played already. His ball hit this tree, and it's short of the green in the rough before the bunkers. Now Bryson, he's going to go straight over it.
Yep, going moon ball.
Good contact. Here's the thud on the green, chases towards that back tier.
And getting better.
That's a birdie putt. He can give a run.
Well, this one, yeah, uphill finally. Good break. You know, that's what you do. You take advantage of a break that good, because if you're over there in that position in a squirrely bad lie, you're pretty much in jail. Yep, just hit it pure.
What tree?
TV does not do justice to how high he hit that one.
Yeah, that tree is a good 60 feet tall.
Yeah, that is the definition of like a specimen oak.
Cloud scraper for a second. Gets a laugh and a smile out of his caddy. No laughing matter for Finau's third.
No, he's scraping it around here.
Well, we didn't get to see it, but his lie looked like it was just went right to the bottom.
Yeah, it was an okay lie. The tree is just so tall, though. I mean, he just didn't have enough elevation on it. Now he's got about 65 yards here. He's got room to work with. Plenty of green to let the ball release back. A lot of guesswork out of this rough, though.
Yeah, whether it's going to release or not horrible, but he was hoping for more kind of jump out of that rough, obviously.
Par putt for Tony. Birdie look for Bryson DeChambeau on the third green. Best round on the course. Harris English 5 under through 15. Began the day 11 back. He is now 6 back. Has worked his way inside the top 10. T7.
Yeah, and that 5 under's got a great chance of being a top 10, I think. It's particularly if the wind keeps kind of freshening.
267s from Corey Connors and Sam Burns. See if Connors can cash that low Canadian wager that SVP, Stanford Steve, David Gordon were all discussing on the SVP pod earlier this week. It was between him and Taylor Pendrith. Corey Connors.
Pendrith is 3 under.
With 9 to go, and Connors at 5 under.
It's a horse race.
Connors has taken the low Canadian honors in a major 4 of the last 5 times. The game within the game. It keeps everyone entertained.
Well, speaking of that, it would be entertaining if he could roll this in for a birdie 3 and get this crowd kind of charged up even more.
Yeah, Bryson's got one of these putts that a lot of that Scotty Scheffler had yesterday. These uphill right to lefters. This is a much more holeable putt than he had back there on number 2. Really well done with, you know, altering his trajectory and then imagining and executing the proper distance over that tree. I mean, that was not a normal shot by any means, but his upright nature really helps him out of the rough. It helps him elevate. Now he's just got to roll some putts in on this championship Sunday.
If you're going to do something special, a few of these from this distance have to go in. 18 feet, 11 inches.
I've seen about a cup and a half or 2 on the right. Just a little uphill. Just give it the right pace.
Can't be tentative.
No, those days are gone. If he wants to have a chance to low round, he's got to start giving these putts all he's got.
At the third. DeChambeau for birdie.
Needs to break. Just a little bit. It just looked like the ball hopped a tiny bit off to the right of where his line was lined up. So solid par, though. Just needs to start finding a way to get the ball close to the hole with these irons. People come to watch him play to see him hit the long ball, but the excitement starts with that short club, so that's what he needs to get rolling.
Back on one, the final twosome. Walking towards that first tee, Alex Noren and Scotty Scheffler. Bryson now watching on after 3 straight pars. We'll shift the focus over to Tony Finau's par putt, Steve.
Yeah, this will be a pretty scrappy par save here, working back straight up the hill. Just hit at the right speed on this one. Always need a couple of these big saves on a Sunday if you want to jump up the board.
This would be a nice one. Oh, Finau right in the jaws. Comes up short.
Just out of position off the tee and then made it worse by probably trying to get too much out of his second and catching that tree. So
if Tony Finau had one rule change, it would be to play 17 holes this week and go from 1 to 2 and straight to 4, because he's bogeyed 3 all 4 days.
I agree.
That all has just had his number. Speaking of the 4th, here's the par 3.
Well, this is a good place to start if you're going to start making birdies. It's 192 yards. Pin is in the back left, but if you get the distance right, everything will feed towards this whole location. So if you're Scotty Scheffler, you got to love this because you hit it pin high and everything's going to feed to the hole. So that'll be the task for both of these guys, but a good chance to get it close if you hit a quality shot.
There was a hole-in-one here. That was the opening round from Eric Cole, part of a 70 effort on Thursday. Went 70, 70, 73 yesterday, so it's even through 54 holes, and Cole is at 1 over on the day through 14, but a memory that he'll always have with that ace here at the 4th at Quail Hollow.
It's 180, 188. Yeah, I mean, this, I don't mind.
Maybe a hair in, mainly right to left.
Correct. Yeah, mainly right to left. If anything, actually, it almost feels like it's helping a little bit.
An 8 cut is not going to be that conducive.
No, I like, even though it'll be, I mean, you could do more of a straight ball, but I just like one that has a lot of spin.
Yep.
You good?
Yep.
This is the perfect Bryson moon ball here. 192 at about 180 to cover to get on the green in line with that whole location there.
Let me know if it turns in.
And he's hoping for a ball that just doesn't grab real fast. Wants to fly it on and then just let it trickle back there.
DeChambeau, 4th tee.
Trying to get the right club and well short.
Yeah, that breeze just started to kick back up into us. Just the same thing that happened back there on 17 yesterday.
Well, you know, Steve, on the last hole when they were hitting their second shot, they were playing it as downwind, and they got it pretty close to pin high. And I don't think there's any way that both of these holes could be helping.
Yeah, it was just, it dances around. These crosswinds are the most confounding for these players.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're trying to pitch on 80-85. Yeah, that's right. And we also know it's barely.
I do like something
Like 85. Or even more. Like you see him like a straight shot. Yeah, I would say 586.
Yeah, I got still flappers.
Yeah.
Tony was going between 8 and 7, chose the longer one with the 7 here after watching what Bryson did.
Yeah, the wind is the only thing that is really the only defense. So a solid struck shot here could be a good one.
This flight is just a little bit lower. Looks like it's going to get there.
It does. Carries the back portion of the green. Couple hops through into the primary cut of Roth. Nestles down.
Yeah, they definitely were both confused on this tee, so two kind of not great shots.
Tony needed Bryson's ball flight. Bryson needed Tony's ball flight.
Exactly.
There's the leaderboard. Harris English, the only one who has made a move onto that first page who wasn't already there. Bryson DeChambeau, a man of the people. I'll give you a ball, thanks to the nice lie. He's 6 back of world #1 Scotty Scheffler. Here's what's happening now on ESPN Plus, featured groups and holes. The other featured group, John Rahm, Siwoo Kim. They're through the first. Rahm at 6 under, Siwoo Kim at 5 under, trailing the leader, Scotty Scheffler. We have Finau and DeChambeau, who are at 5 under par as well. Featured holes 14, 15, 16. DeChambeau's second on the 4th.
After coming up 20 yards short here, this one can run away if it gets too far past, but took a little grab.
Yep, excellent touch right there. Yeah, I was kind of thinking if he liked the look of the shot, he has an easier win than Finau just because the lie is going to be perfect.
I think Tony's is very doable as well. Very, very doable. He might be able to chip it in, but yeah, that one from Bryson there. I mean, imagine chipping with a length of a club that's a 6-iron, a normal 6-iron for the everyday person.
Yeah, we were looking at that, Steve, and it seems a little awkward, but obviously he makes it work.
Yeah, he's got his systems. All right, now Tony Finau here, working back up the hill a little bit more. The back of this green that made his ball trundle through. It's going to work back up from here now.
Chops it out.
Very nicely done.
Nearly holds it.
Well, a couple more pretty easy pars, but that's not what they need on a hole location like this one.
Finau 4 under. Outside the top 10, 1 over on the day through 4. Little one left for DeChambeau's 4th consecutive par.
Not a whole lot here at all. But you're right. He would have loved to get off to a 1 or 2 under par start through 4 holes, like we saw a lot of these players earlier in the day. Just to get you some momentum, give a little bit of scare to Scotty Scheffler and everybody who's ahead of him.
Yeah, well, you can't force it. You just got to kind of make it. You can't make it happen. You got to let it happen. And right now they have not gotten dialed in. But the 5th hole, pretty easy hole location. Positioned well off the tee. You can attack. Dog leg right up the hill. Only 444, which seems like a short one here, George. Straight downwind, so these guys can pump it over that right bunker and literally have some sort of gap wedge, meet regular sand wedge, maybe a U wedge or an L wedge or something like that. So put it in the fairway, and this is very scoreable.
One of the air quotes easier holes at Quail Hollow Club this week. Today, like every day, it has been playing over par for the field.
Yeah, we say easy, but this is not an easy golf course, and particularly in these conditions.
Well, the easier holes come in pairs of 2 at 7 and 8, 14, 15.
They do. Those are the only ones that are easy, but this is a scoreable hole right here in these conditions.
I couldn't agree with you more. This is actually one of those fairways that really sits really nice and wide to your eye, and most of the drives hit right into the upslope there. Bryson might be able to get it just to the top of the hill, but it's just one of those inviting tee shots, kind of a wide corridor as well.
Front left flag. About 3 o'clock, 2:30 minute.
Two for 3 off the tee today.
Yeah, same wind direction as they had back there on 4. Runs in the same direction on this golf course here, so very comfortable.
And he's lined up to take it right over the right bunkers. And I believe he accomplished that.
That is absolutely blistered.
Yep, that's about as good as it gets right there.
That'll play.
Yeah, Tony Finau's a guy who's played. He's got similar ball speed if he wants it to Bryson, but he usually plays in a little bit more third gear.
Yeah, he definitely, Steve, he definitely has the ability to really ramp it up.
Yeah, we've seen him on social media over 200-mile-an-hour ball speed, but he just kind of smooths it out there. This one heading a little left.
Get a friendly hop.
No. Appears to be in the left bunker.
Off to a soaring start in Charlotte, North Carolina. Final group on the first green. Our twosome still waiting for that elusive first birdie this final round. Driving distance comparison this week entering the final round, and you see Bryson DeChambeau 337.8 leading the field, second in strokes gained off the tee. It's not like Finau's short, but he's 20 yards shorter than DeChambeau and 36 in strokes gained off the tee. You had mentioned Tony Finau's ball speed was over 200 miles an hour. Here are the two tee shots. 343 for DeChambeau and 320 for Finau's tee shot at the bunker. On social media, he's gotten there. During COVID, when the PGA Tour had a hiatus, Tony Finau pushed it to see how far he could take it. Got it up to 207. That's Bryson DeChambeau's been in that territory when he was training for the World Long Drive Championships. That was in 2021, and he had put on all this bulk, and now he's kind of figured out where he needs to be with his body and his swing to have more durability and longevity. He added all that distance and kept it, while Finau, on the other hand, didn't feel like his swing was playable getting the high 190s ball speed in competition or even touching 205 or 210 for testing. So he's still a long hitter, but he hasn't tried to make it a weapon where he's a top 3 or top 5 longest in the game, even though he has that gear.
Yeah, well, he takes a much bigger backswing when he's going for that 200 plus. Obviously, he's much more comfortable with his, his 3/4 backswing, and he still hits at 320. You can play from there, particularly if you're in the fairway.
Can he play from this lie of the bunker, Steve?
Yeah, he can. He's in one of these 61 bunkers that dot the landscape here at Quail Hollow Club, right in the middle of it. Very clean line, no issues, beautiful angle, front left hole location here. Just 131 yards, little climb up the hill.
Good line if it's the right distance. Come back a little bit. Okay. Hard to be as precise out of a fairway bunker, but solid shot there.
An update, Noren and Schauffele both in the fairway on the first. From there, they each made bogey, so the lead at 10 under. Noren solo second at 7 under, 3 back. Rahm, Riley, Poston, 6 under, par 4 back, and then it's DeChambeau and Fitzpatrick among a large group of players, 5 under par, 5 behind the leader, Schauffele.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we trying to do now? So it's 103. It's going to hurt probably 2 yards from 5.
We can throw this 5 past.
Yeah, so 110.
Yeah.
Just a 1030.
Yeah, 10:30 or yeah,
Just under 1030.
10:30 is fine. It's coming down with a draw on the 5. The left edge of the 5, I should say.
Yeah, if he hits this a little deep, though, you can run this off the back portion of the green. You got to favor just a flag stick right of the hole here.
Yeah, and he's counting on spinning it back, too.
No, I think it's really flat up there. I don't think he's going to be able to spin it back that much.
Go, get there! Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's coming, but that's probably not even going to stay on the green. And it's not.
The wind just switched. It's downwind now.
Again, another wedge shot in that scoring zone. And he ends up outside 15 feet, this time missing the green.
Yeah.
And every hole he's been confused by the wind.
Which is not uncommon. I think a lot of people are going to be confused by the wind, but he seems to be more confused at this moment than most everybody else.
Well, this is pretty cool. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. I remember as a teenager growing up and playing PGA Junior Series events. It was always fun to get to play a junior tournament that had any affiliation with the PGA of America, had a certain cachet to it. So nice to see the PGA Junior League program as well.
It is, and I agree with you. I remember playing in the PGA Junior Championship down at PGA National down in West or Palm Beach, and yeah, that was like a badge of honor. You got to play in a PGA of America, big event.
I remember just playing in like a qualifier, and they gave you a sleeve of balls and PGA of America ankle socks, and I wore those out for God knows how long while I was in my caddy days in high school and college.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, there's a badge of honor to get anything from like the big golf organizations, and they do a wonderful job of promoting junior golf, which is the future.
Flag is out. DeChambeau thinking he can make this one.
Yeah, I think he can. He's got a clean lie. He's got the putter right away. Didn't even think about the chip in this ball. He's got about a 2-cup left to right break putt. Tony Finau may go first, though, if they're going by order of distance from the hole. It was kind of one of those hole locations that the backstop was more to the right of it. It wasn't behind it. And so, I mean, he flew that ball 25 or 30 feet longer than he needed to.
Yeah,
did Bryson.
That's the kind of shot where you need to hit the one bounce and stop, not trying to spin it. Kind of the Scotty Scheffler type wedge shot.
This one's got a little left or right when it gets close to the hole.
Yeah, did he get it or not? Nope.
Wiggling right.
That went well right and off the putter head.
Yeah, 20-foot birdie putt off the green for DeChambeau.
Yeah, Steve, the hard part here is judging. We've seen it all week. Ball coming out of this first cut has been pretty inconsistent. So if he get great contact and kind of skip through that, then he's got a chance.
Yeah, he's only got about 4 inches of that first cut of rough to go through. So it's kind of a little uphill, and then it flattens out. But he's got to play it at almost a couple cups left to right here. Not an easy one to hold.
gave it a little extra for sure coming out of that cut. And it whistled on past. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. You just kind of make sure it gets through that. It's been very inconsistent this week. You know, we've been watching for 4 days all these different great players, and it's been a lot of struggle out of that, how it's going to come out of that sticky cut.
DeChambeau's had 3 birdie putts in the 17 to 20 foot range on 2, 3, and 5, and it's come up empty.
Well, unfortunately, he's got about 6 feet coming back here.
Yeah, this was definitely gunned by, and I mean, look, he's hit 3 of the first 4 fairways that he tried, and hit the green on the other hole that he missed the fairway on. Just not getting these scoring clubs dialed in. He, you know, we chatted earlier in the week, and it sounded like he wasn't 100% happy with the distance control on his irons right now.
No, I agree. And that puts a lot of pressure on this club.
Shove right, and just as much coming back for bogey. Where he was in the fairway and Schauffele bogeying 1. This could have been the spot he made things interesting if he had gotten in there tight, makes birdie. He's at 6 under, 4 back. Shows some signs of life on the front 9. Maybe inject some energy into the gallery and the crowd following him. Instead, he'll be fortunate if he's tied with Finau at 4 under, 1 over on the round. Curls that in for bogey.
Kind of barely snuck that one in there.
Bryson's got to look back at yesterday's finish yesterday and just really be kicking himself the whole night. I mean, he was 5 shots lost to Scottie Scheffler in that Green Mile stretch there, and that just kind of wears on you overnight. It's got to.
Well, when you start out a little flat like it's been starting this round, it's wearing on you even more. Got to put all that behind you, and you know there's still time to make some sort of run, but you can't make any more mistakes like that.
If you look at these final 5 tee times, final 5 groups, there isn't a single player under par right now.
Yep, and coming to another difficult par hole, 252-yard downhill 6th. Wind's kind of in left to right, which just adds to the difficulty of this hole. Hard to hit this green from this elevated tee, and the kind of wind in left to right, swirling, makes this a very difficult par 3.
Also have had a hole-in-one here. That was Siwoo Kim on Friday, 252 yards it was playing that day. You see that scorecard yardage? That's the longest hole-in-one in major championship history. Siwoo had a 64 time the low round of the week. Just made a birdie on the 3rd. He is 1 over on the round and 5 under, 5 back of Scottie Scheffler. After the DeChambeau bogey, Tony Finau has the box on the 6th.
Well, if you look at his stats on the PGA Tour this year, from 225 to about 250 yards, he is 6th in proximity to the hole. So Tony loves his long irons here, but this one, like Scott said, downhill left to right, very challenging green to hit in regulation here with all these factors in play.
A little left, trying to cut it into the bunker.
It's not the worst leave in the world, but yeah, that thing, you just try to hold it up against the wind a little too much, and it never fell right.
Yeah, you know, and it's so much downhill with the wind blowing, particularly this direction. It is hard to maintain control of your golf ball, and that is the thing that probably annoys guys at this level more than anything.
Yeah, just another hole with a crosswind.
I'm just gonna throw it up in the air. Okay. Because it's what's it to the hole?
246.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw this up in the air.
No worries.
246. And the wind a little bit.
I think the swing will show a lot of what sort of fight he's got in his mind right now.
Well, he said he was going to throw it up in the air, so he's going to take all the elements into play and hope for the best.
Yeah, Bryce.
It's coming out right. And that is not a great spot.
This green for Finau.
Bryson's going to have a pretty difficult up and down there with the slope of that hill.
For DeChambeau, these guys outside the top 10 at 4 under par with the share of 11th. They are trailing by 6.
Here we go. Every year, you ask the same question, still get them wrong.
The Wanamaker Trophy, which is 32 pounds. What weighs more, the Wanamaker or a NASCAR tire?
I would have to say the Wanamaker Trophy. It sounds like a trick question.
Tire's got to be more heavy. I would think the tire has to be lighter, so trying to keep weight down. Or maybe they are trying. I don't know. Let's go with Wanamaker.
Of course, the calculations with DeChambeau, thinking through what the NASCAR pit crew and the team wants to accomplish with getting their whip on the track.
It's got to be lighter to go faster, right? So,
how about the day for Harris English? Cha-ching, 665. He's T3, and then Scotty Scheffler bogeys 1, bounces back with a birdie on 2. Final round coverage now on CBS, or you can stream it with us on ESPN Plus for our featured group. George Savarica, Scott Verplank, and Steve Scott is out with Bryson DeChambeau and Tony Finau, who's bunker bound.
Yeah, perfect 5 for 5 yesterday, 7 for 8 out of the bunkers this week.
Needs it to go.
Yeah, one of the steepest greens on this property right here, and at least he's kept it below, but that was not his best. Bryson is going to play fairly quickly here. He's got a little bit of room to work with, but the green will run away from him to his left right here. He's going to have to get a little bit of spin on this ball and hit it just in the right spot to get this thing close.
Yeah, that's a tough shot. Using the wind, but to the best of his ability.
Scrapes the edge of the cup, rolls out to 10 feet or so.
A great shot, but now he's got another difficult par putt.
And he's looking over at Greg Bodine like, how did that not spin a little bit? Just kind of floated on him.
Coming out of that first cut, it's just been incredibly inconsistent.
Greg Bodine gets a lot of looks throughout the course of a round with Bryson DeChambeau. Greg Bodine, I believe, was the longtime caddy for Tony Finau back in the day.
I believe you're correct, George. So it's a family affair.
Some synergy in this group. They split back in July of 2020.
So they've both had time to get over it.
Been a few years, might be a fun catch-up at this point. Not that the two haven't crossed paths, but not as frequently as they once did, with Bryson playing on LIV during their time together. They had won the Puerto Rico Open, and since then Tony has tacked on 5 more wins. Most recently the 2023 Mexico Open, but he's been living today with a lot of par putts, Steve.
Yeah, and the last one he had back there at number 3 like this, he left short. This one's another one easy to left short if you don't give it a little juice up this hill.
He does, but didn't have the line.
Yeah, playing difficult again, just as it was yesterday afternoon. Sun's out, wind's up, greens are getting tougher to read and tougher to putt.
Look at the putt for Finau.
He was thinking it was going right, and it went left all the way.
Bryson trying to determine what the exact fall line of this green is in this putt. It should just fall to his right ever so slightly here.
Well, yeah, he should have had a really good look at it when it raced past the top edge of the cup.
Let's get you the distance here. So we're on the 6th green with Bryson DeChambeau. He's got 8 feet 4 inches for par. To stay 7 back. Last look at the cup. DeChambeau. Nicely done.
Really good save. Just doesn't have the fire yet. I don't know if he's going to get it.
Yeah, you needed at minimum 1 under through 6, but you can go on some serious runs 7 through 15. It has to start right here at the par 5.
I don't think there's any question. If he hits one of his really nice drives like he's been hitting today, he's going to have 7 or 8 iron to this green. And the pin is in the easiest place possible to make a 3. You can use the whole green, middle of the green, just behind it, and everything feeds down there. So the penalty area is definitely staring you in the face, but a couple of well-executed shots, and you have a real chance at an eagle 3.
Second easiest hole all week. Bunch of eagles today as well. This final, again, 9 eagles for the week. 5 have come in this final round.
Yeah, I think, like I said, this is the kind of gimme hole location on this whole green. So this is where you got to start taking advantage of it. And really, even, George, the wind is going to be a little in, but it's off the right, so it's the most comfortable wind for guys to hit ball. It's what they prefer to hit balls in on the driving range or when they're practicing. So you really need to get up here and hit your standard driving range driver, which always goes long and straight.
Well, the Goodyear blimp is basically straight right to left here, so that means it's the nose of it is going right into the wind. And you're right, it'll be out of the right to left, helping more down the 8th, but
yeah, it's going to be, let's just call it 130.
big important fairway to hit here. About 330 yards past all the bunkers. Tee shot plays 11 yards down as well. I think this is a huge tee shot for Bryson. I think this is the goal. If he can get this ball in the fairway, he can have 7 or 8 iron into this hole and make a 3.
No doubt.
We have liftoff, talking to the wind.
Trying to get it to come to the left a little bit, and that's perfect. His first cut, but he's so far down there. Might even be in the fairway. He should be. That's the launching pad.
Yeah, that's right in the first cut. Looks like a little upslope from my vantage point.
It is. He should, if he's ever going to lick his chops, this is the time to do it, walking down to this one.
Definitely had his heart in his throat just a little bit as that ball was in the air. Didn't quite move as much left as he wanted.
And this should be a comfortable tee ball for Tony.
Starting it up the left-hand side, trying to work it back into the wind.
Perfectly. Nice bounce, a lot of rollout. He's in the garden spot too.
Two good ones from our featured group on the par 5 7th. Harris English already in the house with that 65. We'll see if they can reach this par 5 and 2. Have eagle putts upcoming. That's next. Coming up next May, Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, PA. That's outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If you want to get your tickets as the PGA Championship returns there, register for tickets. Visit pgachampionship.com/register because registration closes soon. And in that conversation with PGA of America CEO Derek Sprague, he was saying how excited they are to go to Philadelphia next year, especially with the momentum that the PGA Tour had last week with the Truist Championship at Philly Cricket Club. And I've heard very good things about Wanamaker.
Yeah, I played there a while back. I think they've redone it somewhat since then, but beautiful property, great conditions. It should be a tremendous place to host this championship.
The good news for our twosome was there was a 1:40 Eastern tee time and then a 2 o'clock tee time. They had a buffer in between. So, Steve, so far, they've been able to play and move freely. Haven't had any backups here at Quail Hollow.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I mean, I was, when I play my rounds of golf, I always kind of look through 6 holes. You know, how long is it taking me to play 6 holes? Well, it's about an hour and 15 minutes through 6 holes. That's a 3-hour and 45-minute pace. That's lovely.
Dangerous hole location if you're going to take it on in 2.
Both these players right at about 200 yards here. The wind is really whipping down this fairway back from the green to the fairway into these players. They know it's a little bit more right to left. The flags up on the grandstands and the speakeasy over here are moving right to left, more kind of down the 8th hole, but got a lot of beautiful mansions to the right here that kind of block some of the wind and make it shift and move where it feels like it's more in your face, but I feel like it's more right to left.
Yeah, and the shot is, I mean, it's hard from 200 yards, Steve, to dial it in, but you'd like to land it pin high just 4 or 5 steps left of the hole location, and it'll feed right down there by it.
Yeah, we got a nice little bowl right over here. Actually, it's not even a little bowl. It's a pretty big bowl. I mean, this is it wouldn't surprise me if both these guys had really good-looking eagle putts here.
Yeah, you hit a quality shot, and you're going to be within 20 feet for eagle.
Feel like it's into the players just at the moment, so more right to left. Tony, this is low and more to the left, trying to catch the big left side of the bowl here.
He needs to get down. It's a little deep. I don't think it's coming back, is it? George is trying.
Holding up there. Eagle putt ahead for Finau.
But that ball just didn't have the trajectory on it, Scott, at all to stop what he needed.
He's been hitting this kind of low, flat,
yeah,
piercing ball flight.
Yeah, and he is not pleased that it did not catch the ball. Not really the eagle putt he was looking for.
Yeah, now Bryson's got a nice cushiony lie right here.
190 cover.
I mean, he doesn't have to take it at this hole. He can take it anything inside that front greenside bunker there, and it'll be absolutely perfect. But he needs about double the trajectory that Tony just had.
Well, he's probably going to get it too.
Definitely higher. This is way left.
Yeah, this looks well left. That's a bad miss.
Some below average iron shots, at least Finau on the green, but Bryson shaking his head in disgust as he misses the par 5 7th in 2, losing that one way left in the bunker. PGA professional Joe Hallett with some tips to improve your iron play from Frisco.
George, Scott, it's kind of the magic mix when you get down to the irons. When we watch the guys off of the tee, they're just really driving hard, trying to put as much power as they can into that ball. One of the things you'll notice when the players go to their irons, a little bit of drive and a little bit of turn. The key is for us who play on a regular basis and maybe don't play at that level, how do we get this magic mix? So I'm going to give you a very fun and simple little drill. You're going to start with your feet together and you're going to drop your left foot back. So as I get up here, I'm going to start with my feet together. I've dropped my left foot back. Now this is a test. So as I hit this ball, if I've got too much drive, I'm going to have a hard time keeping my balance. I got to make the mix a little better. I need a little more turn. If you'll let your hip, your left hip, follow where your left foot is, you'll find out that you can keep your balance and hit a really quality golf shot. It's a magic mix. It's just not magic.
Thank you, Joe. Love seeing those type of drills to have you simulate the right feel in the swing. Second glance at what happened with DeChambeau's second.
You know, it's hard to tell from this angle, but he looked like he was trying to hold it off with his right arm, but man, that thing just started left and kept going, and I mean, that is a totally an unforced error not to hit it somewhere on this green.
And it's not comfortable for Bryson to hit hold off fade. He likes working it from right to left.
I know, and I guess he felt really all he needed to do is hit normal shot. Like if you hit it over that bunker, it is going to feed down there to the hole from the fairway. Not that it's an easy shot, but didn't think Tony's was very good, but it was awesome compared to this one.
I mean, he easily missed his target by 40 feet on a much easier lie, too. So just a big miss. But, I mean, this one's doable here. He just has to kind of get this thing going, and it's going to funnel down there. He's got to play maybe a little left-right break overall, but there's not a whole lot of break here. I think he can get this down inside of 4 or 5 feet.
Oh, I would think so. It's just where he gets it to fall off the ledge and get the speed right. And that's about right on the speed. And the direction's not bad. Pretty good shot.
Could be birdie number 1 upcoming in this final round for Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, and you would dream that you would hit your second shot right there and catch that hill and trickle down there where that one is, putting for 3, but maybe something good will happen.
We just want something to happen at this point.
Anything.
50 feet for Finau's eagle.
Well, same sort of thing, just kind of get it going, and he's going to hit this about 12 feet maybe, and 12, 15-foot putt, and just let gravity do its thing.
Yeah, he doesn't have to give it a whole lot here.
It's the first time this week this hole's been down to this bowl area. It's all be on the periphery, on the top shelves of this beautiful green here in front of maybe one of the most beautiful mansions you could ever look at.
Well, maybe George will let us come over tonight.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
You play your cards right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, now he's looking out to the right. He knows this one's going to move to his left quite a bit. Just drip it over the slope, though.
Yeah, that's plenty of speed, I believe. Picking up speed, needs it to go right.
It is not going right, but that speed, touch, tremendous.
Yeah, very good touch. Yeah, when you have those putts, George, where your back's kind of to the hole, it's really hard to pick the right line and get the, you're just hoping for the right little runway to catch it and guide it in.
Inside 8 feet, DeChambeau to get to 5 under.
Well, I know it's early in, well, relatively early in the proceedings of this round, but I mean, this is kind of the must-make time. You got to make this. You got to find a way to make a 3, or maybe even you get lucky and make a 2 on number 8.
Yeah.
The hole will be reachable.
You said it's early. It's almost getting late in this proceedings if these guys want to put any pressure at all on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, from where he was, 200 yards out. You walk away with 5 here. Just a kick in the teeth.
Yeah, this left edge putt here at the most?
Yeah, that's about it. Just working up the hill a little bit. Nice, very similar to the putt he holed back there on number 6, honestly.
DeChambeau cans it.
Finally, we got something.
The lid is off. First circle for either scorecard comes from Bryson at the par 5 7th. Finau, a look of his own.
Yeah, that's just a inside right. Not a whole lot to this one here. Putting been really his Achilles heel throughout his career. We know how great of a ball striker he is. He could just have gotten this thing to get a little hotter over time. He'd probably double his victories right now.
Nonetheless, a nice birdie to maybe get the ball rolling in the right direction for these two guys.
Good bounce back after the bogey on 6. Finau went over on the day at 4 under. He is T12. Bryson DeChambeau back into the top 10. And another good hole if you want to try and add another circle on the card here at the par 4-8.
Absolutely. This is as big of a gimme as they can give you on the 8th hole. Playing downwind right to left. The tee's not even very far back. It's only 299 to the front edge, on line with the hole location. So for these guys, that's basically right up their alley. It's just a smooth driver, or maybe even a 3-wood for Bryson. So this is a great chance. If you're going to make any noise, it needs to start here.
It's the 1-2 combo. The par 5 7 third easiest hole today. The par 4 8 the second easiest hole today. There have already been 4 eagles on the par 4 8.
Yep, a quality tee ball here, and you are going to the flattest part of the green and the straightest shot right to the hole. And he looks like he's pulled a 3-wood out.
Yeah, definitely not driver for Bryce. It's way too much. We got a lot of help on this wind now. They're kind of turning the corner.
Might even be his 5-wood.
Yeah, he could probably hit a big 5-wood up there. The 5-wood just a little higher, a little more spin on it.
Yeah, these flags are at.
But this is like a long par 3 right here.
Well, they need to play it like that and somehow make a 2 out of it.
Yeah, pretty much straight downwind. Just kind of get it up in the jet stream and fire it right at it. Do not have to clear over this greenside bunker to get access to this hole either.
No, it's a straight shot.
Get in the hole. Oh, get up there.
This is drawn towards it.
But he lashed from DeChambeau.
Oh, it wasn't quite enough. But he left it in a really good spot.
Now, if anybody's seen his Break 50 series, it looks like a lot of the shots that he plays off the tee in that one. Firing it to the greens.
Tony going driver.
Yeah, which his little cut fits pretty well here with the wind down off the right.
Yeah, he can play. His shot plays a little uphill for sure, so he could flight this one down and kind of let it run up that slope a little bit more.
Trying to cut it in there. It looks pretty good as well.
Cut on a good line.
And a little more overspin.
Tried taking a peek at the green. Oh, it's up just short.
Roll back a little bit.
Still going.
Yeah, that grass is cut so tight right there. Now he might even roll into the first cut, which makes it just a little more tricky.
2 yards away from being in the perfect spot. Finau and DeChambeau just short. They're on the par 4 8. Scotty Scheffler, the leader by 4.
Welcome back to feature group of the day, Bryson DeChambeau and Tony Finau. We're going to look at some of Bryson's missteps today. Had a downhill putt on 2 and left it woefully short. Totally miscalibrated the speed of the green. Right here on the 5th, he's got a little L wedge to the green, hoping for a nice tight shot, and way past the hole, even off the green. And he's back here, he's totally confused with the wind. It is swirling, but same hole after rifling his birdie attempt well past the hole. He misses that. Winds up 3-putting for bogey. Finally gets it in position after a couple of wayward shots on 7 and makes a birdie. So it's been a struggle so far for Bryson. He really needs to get something going and get this crowd into the game. That would be the best thing he could do to help him, propel him forward to kind of catch up. Steve, how hard is this shot?
Yeah, it's not too difficult at all. I mean, he went right to the wedge. Didn't even think about the putter on this one, even though it's really mowed tight. But I think he wants to try to fly this. You can't 2-hop this in the first cut. You've got to get this one, you know, 1 hop before the green. The next hop's got to get on, and then it trickles and releases.
Right, but it's pretty much uphill all the way, right?
A little uphill and a little right to left, but he could make this one.
Yeah, it should look good to his eye. Oh boy, very aggressive. Too aggressive. And kind of the sigh of aggression hasn't left him yet. Yeah, he must have bounced it just enough off that tight lie, Steve.
Yeah, it was so tight. You know, I'm surprised he didn't even just look at the putter there and see what it felt like. I don't know. I guess he just felt like he needed to take some of that break out in the first half of the shot.
I don't know, but these green surrounds are the tightest I've ever seen, possibly.
Yeah,
they're better than most greens.
Yeah, 100%. Tony from the first cut.
Trying to judge how it comes out. And came out a little bit fiery. Yeah, so far up to this point, these guys have just not been really, really sharp.
Yeah, it's interesting. You play in threesomes for 3 rounds, and the pace of play has been 5 hours plus, and now you get on a scenario where the pace of play is going to be, you know, we're tracking under 4 hours right now, so it kind of speeds everything up. And the last thing you really want in a situation like this is to really feel like your mind is sped up and all of those things. A final round such as this, it will tend to do that anyway. But I just think that's a part of it that you have to always factor in. It's like, what sort of speed are we going to play at? And you have to be mentally ready for it.
That's an excellent point.
Leaderboard reset. Scotty Scheffler 11 under. 4-shot lead over Davis Riley, who's even on the round at 7 under par, solo second. DeChambeau at 5 under, T6. 3 players are at 6 under par. If DeChambeau can roll this in, he would jump up a spot, trail world #1 Scotty Scheffler by 5, and have a share of 3rd.
It's just such an important round of golf. I mean, when he plays on the Live Tour, you don't have those opportunities right now for world ranking points. He's 5th in the Ryder Cup standings coming into this week, this being a huge week to make sure he continues that steady climb towards the top, those top 6, get to the Ryder Cup.
Well, this would help his situation if he could figure out a way to make this one.
Yeah, got to focus on this putt. You're right. He saw it as it went by.
Oh, it broke the other way. That's kind of what Tony Finau on his chip shot thought it was going to be breaking in right to left, and it straightened out and missed the hole to the right. So right there it starts
completely caught him by surprise.
And it's not the first thing that's caught him by surprise today.
The whole slope of the green rolls towards this left side from the right, but there's just a little part of this corner over here that tilts the other way, and I think that's where this hole is located, and it fooled him.
Yeah, just a little sneaky spot that they probably spent a couple of years trying to figure out where exactly to put the hole.
Good benefit for Tony to have seen that one right there. Should be able to get this one down.
Ooh. He didn't fully believe that it was going to go left, but he snuck it in there.
Use the whole left side of the cup to get that one to fall. Back-to-back birdies. Finau even on the round, began play at 5 under, and had to fight his way back to 5 under par.
And had to fight that one into the hole.
Finau, DeChambeau, head-to-head, all tied up. Each guy at even. They're about to finish up the front 9, par 4 ninth. On tap.
And here's the...
After they had fun on 7 and 8.
Incredibly, you get slapped right in the face here at 532. The good news is it's playing a little bit downwind, which will help, but incredibly long, difficult hole. Pins in the back right. This is probably as tough as any hole location they have on this green, and maybe the toughest hole location that we've seen so far today. So you've had your chances through the first 8. Now we're going to give you a real test on the 9th.
One of the tougher ones at Quail Hollow. What you'd expect with it measuring more than 530 yards is a par 4.
Well, a nice little respite. At least the tee is at the front part of this teeing ground back here. Only about 318 yards to that fairway bunker down the right, but all these players have really been cutting it close down that left side, trying to bite off a lot. And both of these players will do the same.
Well, Tony's got to start it down there with his little cut.
Now this is not moving.
Oh, no. Left into the thicker stuff.
Like 7:30 right now. Yeah.
I mean, this hole really it's a par 4 in name only. It's only 1 yard. It's actually 1 yard longer than the par 5 7th that they just played.
Yeah, but a much more difficult angle of tee shot. But there is no penalty area.
Correct. No trouble around the green. But this one is going to be really set. He's got to be really frustrated after that par back there. That is just annihilated. Just has to miss that pine tree.
And stayed in the rough as well, but he's so far up there, he'll have a good angle.
We'll see what the lies are like for Finau and DeChambeau, as they are well behind the leader, Scottie Scheffler, Sunday at the PGA Championship. This is ESPN Plus, 107th PGA Championship, Charlotte, North Carolina. Scotty Scheffler, 11 under par, 4-shot lead. Some trouble on the 5th, 18 feet for par. Davis Riley is solo second. He's a hole ahead on the 6th. Harris English done for the day. John Rahm even on the round. Alex Noren, couple over. What's the final margin? If you're picking, you put Scotty Scheffler over the field, how much does he win by?
With the conditions, and unless he has a fantastic finish, probably 3 to 4. I mean, he's gonna make somebody come catch him, and that's gonna be hard to do.
Harder so for DeChambeau and Finau when they missed the fairway on the 9th, one of the toughest holes at Quail Hollow Club. And of course, Scotty Scheffler's just made his par putt on 5, so he stays at 11 under par.
Well, guys, both of these lies over here in this left rough are no good at all. We got some tree issues, but mostly the lie issue.
Yeah, you know, as you've said all week, Steve, the rough has just continued to grow with the rain and now the sunshine, and it may be twice as thick as it was starting Thursday morning.
Yeah, for sure. They got to get the mowers on this stuff pretty soon. I mean, I've seen longer, but this stuff, it just sits down to the bottom. There's a good mix of this overseeded ryegrass and the Bermuda with all the warmth that's in there, so it's very dense and it's really just nestled down. I don't know if either of these players can reach the green.
Well, that's saying something for guys that swing it this fast and are this strong.
Yeah, they're gonna have to give it all their might.
He caught a fair amount of ball there. And did he ever slow down? It might be one of the better shots of the day.
Spectacular from Tony Finau.
That's unbelievable, guys. I mean, just such an amazing golf shot right there. Now, Bryson's lie is a little bit worse, I will say, but neither of them were very good.
Well, that's the beauty of swing speed and strength. Muscle it out of there. What a shot.
Front portion of the green released perfectly. Here it seemed like, this might have a chance.
Well, Bryson saw the blueprint here. Let's see if he can plug it in.
Yeah, much.
Oh, yeah, I was
digging that one out.
And he did get it on. Might need to slow down. Actually, those are about as good as you could possibly do from over there. That is something for both of them.
I mean, that was a full throttle 8-iron right there.
Yeah, that was like hitting the hammer on the bell at the state fair. He went after that one so hard, trying to break the world record.
Things are shifting. These guys are one back of where second is. So Tony Finau makes, and he joined a logjam of players at 6 under par T2, 5 behind Scotty Scheffler, leading by 5, and Scheffler on the tee at the par 3-6.
And I think Scotty is obviously just doing what he needs to do. He's, like I said, you're going to have to come catch him.
Is the course playing as you had expected for this final round?
Well, it didn't seem as windy this morning and coming out here, but I think the wind has picked up just enough, and it is a little warmer and drier today than it has been, so it's actually playing harder than I expected. I thought they might have a chance to, get on some runs, and just other than a couple of guys early this morning, hadn't seen it.
There's the flags flapping. The wind sustained 10 to 12 miles an hour. We've had wind gusts in the 20 to 23, 24 mile an hour range. Which is the wind forecast for the remainder of the day in Charlotte.
I mean, anybody that's played 10 holes or less, there's only 2 guys under par for the day. So there's not a lot of scoring going on here at the last 4, 5, 6 groups.
Well, guys, if these PGA Tour and professional golf thing doesn't work out for either of these two guys, they can turn into magicians because they just pulled a magic trick right there. I mean, those lies were just, they shouldn't have been able to do what they just did.
Well, both of these guys have an incredible amount of talent and strength, and they both showed new world, new age golf right there.
Certainly takes a lot of strength to move it out of the rough like they did in the final resting spot. DeChambeau 21 feet for birdie, Finau 4 feet.
Yeah, you know, honestly, George, in general, they don't play rough like this very often on the PGA Tour anymore. This used to be kind of normal, or not normal, but a dozen times a year. Now they're playing something that's different, but no problems here.
What do you think it is?
This one for Bryson, he's looking at a little downhill. It's got to move from right to left a cup and a half or so. Not severely downhill, though. Not like they found on the second hole, for example.
21 feet down at 2 is 70%.
Well, he really hadn't hit a lot of great putts. This would be a tremendous time to start hitting them.
Might be due.
Just like a little bit more. Yeah.
Already put on the way for DeChambeau.
Did he give it enough?
And there it is.
Excellent. 6 more of those and he'll be right where he wants to be.
2 birdies his last 3 holes out at 1 under 34. Share a second, 5 behind Scotty Scheffler.
Well, that was a tremendous 3 right there, George, from a horrendous lie off the tee. So if Tony could knock it in, you could have won or lost a lot of money on this group.
Oh, I would have lost the house, the farm, everything.
You have a farm.
Well, not really. Just a cat.
This ought to be pretty straight here, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot in there at all.
Finau to match him. Brushes it in.
3 in a row for Tony Finau.
Let's carry that buzz to the backside. Finau also out in 1 under 34. Also at 6 under par. Tied for second. 5 back is Scotty Scheffler.
Finau looked pretty disheveled after 6 holes, didn't he?
He certainly did, and he is igniting in the middle portion of the course at Quail Hollow. 9 down, the remaining 9 still to go, Scott.
Yeah, other than the 11th hole, between 10T and the 16th tee is where you got to make your hay. These are all birdieable holes. 10, if you drive in the fairway, you're knocking it on the green. 11 has been unbelievably hard with the wind switch, but the other ones, this is your chance, and it really, you need the birdie number 10 if you want to get some momentum.
By the numbers. Yeah, the par 5s, 3 of the 5 easiest holes this week at Quail Hollow Club.
Yeah, and I think that's just, these guys hit it so far that you can't go back far enough. If it's a par 5, they're getting there in 2 in most cases if they hit it in the fairway. So this is another chance to, Tony Finau's got a chance to make a real statement on making a run in the middle of the round.
Looking at the leaderboard, it is packed behind Scotty Scheffler. You got 7, 8 guys with a share of second at 6 under par, and a bunch of players at 5 under as well. Very cluttered as guys are jockeying for position to either grab a spot in the top 10 or maybe finish solo second, third, fourth.
That leaderboard right this second looks like a synopsis of the last 2 years. It's been Scotty Scheffler head and shoulders above everybody else.
Finau keeping the honor to the backside.
You're right. He's had a pretty good supporting cast, but Scotty Scheffler has been the lead actor in this play. Now, Tony Finau, he finished tied for third in the U.S. Open last year, falling to Bryson DeChambeau by 2, but has not crossed the finish line in a major himself. 330 yards past that left bunker, and this one's going left.
That is not what he wanted off the tee here.
Looks like it's found the sand.
He doesn't hit many of them left. Most of his shots turn left to right.
Yeah, that birdie, Bryson just flew off that green like he was on cloud 9. And that's going to provide a lot of adrenaline surge to get him over this 330-yard carry he needs right here on this bunker.
Well, the wind is right to left. Probably not helping, but it should help guide his ball. He's going to take all of it if it carries.
Oh, and it does.
Oh, and it got a nice bounce out of the thicker stuff into the first cut. So game on from right there.
Scotty Scheffler just bogeyed the 6th. DeChambeau walking up to his ball, 4 behind. Can reach the par 5 10th in 2. He's in second. Can he make things interesting on the back 9?
Being on the Corebridge Financial team is an extreme honor to be able to represent our organization of PGA professionals and associates. They've been a fantastic organization to support the PGA professionals.
Us 20 guys, we're representing 30,000 people. It means the world to us.
My wife and kids were in the clubhouse. My wife had sent me a picture and Scotty Scheffler was playing with my kids on the ground. Just to have those experiences is incredible.
I'm playing a practice round today with Rory, Shane, and Padraig Harrington. I work at the Bears Club in Jupiter, where there are members. They got a hold of me and contacted me and said, let's play a practice round. There's going to be a crowd, so I've never really done that.
My locker's right next to John Rahm, Adam Scott, all those guys. Just being in the same room as them is pretty special.
Hopefully we can all show up and show out for everybody.
Part of what makes the PGA Championship so special, that Corebridge Financial team of 20 golf teaching professionals who are are part of that 156-man field each and every year at the PGA Championship. Steve, what do we got here on the 10th?
Well, Tony Finau's right in the middle of this bunker. He could take a chance with a fairway medal if he wants to. Got really no lip issues here. This whole location all the way on the left-hand side today, kind of right on where the fairway changes. Looks like he's got that old Nike Vaporfly 3-iron that they haven't made in a long time, but he just can't get rid of it.
He may be trying to push it up there on that kind of just short right of the green, give himself a really manageable chip shot.
Yeah, he's going to be just outside of 270 right here. I mean, if he hits a good hard one that gets a little run, he could catch this up to the front edge. That's come out right, though. Look out, crowd.
Deep into the crowd.
You're going to hit like cart path or something, it looked like. Not real sure where that ended up.
Not great.
Bryson's
130, okay? We're just trying to, you like just bring this down the middle of the green?
Yeah, right center of the green starting line.
Okay. Yeah, at least that's fine.
Well, this would be a good time, George, to get his distances right with an iron. He hasn't been great at it yet.
He's got 232 to the front, 252 to this hole.
Short right.
Wow.
Not the worst leave in the world. Got plenty of green to work with.
Yeah, you can see the ridge that the hole location is on, but yeah, not horrible at all. He's been pretty good from that kind of shot here in the last year. Really, he's gotten much better.
But these guys will be leaning on their short games for their third to the par 5 10th. PGA professional Joe Hallett has more on the short game.
Speaking of chip ins, one of the things that you're going to see with the best players in the world, and you're going to see this with Bryson definitely, very noticeable how he gets the club very upright. Here's some keys. If you really want to hone in on your chipping, quiet your legs down. You don't need power on this shot. You need stability. So this is what we're going to do. Weight a little bit forward on the left leg. A good drill, pull back up on your right toe. Now all I want you to do, hold up a little more upright and stay still. That is the key. Just stay still. Let the club do all the work. We're here. You can do that. And you're struggling with chipping, you're going to find you're on a road back to better shots. And remember, if it's a little sketchy, don't get uptight. Go upright.
Much to live by with Joe Hallett.
Seems to be. But all those tips are really good. I mean, if you're an average player watching and you want some little drills and stuff, those have been very helpful in my opinion.
Bit of a shaky start for Scotty Scheffler. 1 over through 6, has only hit 2 out of 6 greens. Yet his lead has grown. He's 10 under par with a 4-shot advantage.
I think Quail Hollow's teeth are getting sharper with the hot and dry and a little extra wind. Steve, did you find Tony Finau's golf ball?
I did, yeah. He took the cart path down here a little bit, got this thing almost hole high. but it's across the path now. He's got nothing in his way, but he's got a real bird's nest of a lie over here with a green that's going to run away from him. If he keeps this one on the green, I think it will be a miraculous shot. It's kind of downwind as well. The green works away from him. He's got a lot of things going against him here.
Yeah, he needed that ball to stay on the cart path up by the curb so he could get his hands on it and figure out a way to drop it into a better lie, huh?
Honestly, I think a smart play here would be to not challenge this flag right here, because you could knock it over the green into the other bunker, which is no bargain. You almost have to play this left and kind of almost short and left just to try to keep it hole high. But back nine of a major, you're right in this thing. I think you gotta chance it.
Yeah, there's probably a very small little spot that he could land it, pull this off, but it's going to be minute.
Yeah, Mark Urbanek's going to walk up here and kind of scope things out. Yeah, he's looking left right now. I think that's the most prudent play, but I think it's going to take a small miracle to go at the hole and stop it. He's looking at the other bunker over there to see if that's a feasible option or not. If this lie was better, I would say you could be more aggressive, but this lie is just not as good as he needs.
Scott, how would you pick and choose your spots on Sunday in a major in contention on when to chance it? And
you know what? It'd be different every single time. Where he's at, this is the hard decision.
Yeah.
Does he really think he has a chance to catch up? Or does he just say, okay, I'm in trouble, let's just take our medicine?
He's looking up here. He's going to go directly at it.
Did he get enough of it?
doesn't appear so. In the bunker.
Yeah, that was always a possibility coming out of a lie like that. But his bunker play has been, other than the 6th hole today, he's been tremendous. So maybe he felt like, well, it's worth the chance. If I end up in the bunker, I feel pretty good about it.
Pivotal moment for Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, plenty of green to work with. Not a ton of break between he and the hole location. Pretty good lie on the flat. I mean, no reason not to chip this one up there within 4 or 5 feet.
Yeah, the last one he had similar to this, he bounced it a little bit and lost the spin on it and knocked it 12 feet past on 8. So
I think this lie's got a little bit more cushion under it, Scott.
Played it lower with some spin. Slow down.
Way too much pace. Won't even hold the green. Oh, it does.
Barely. That ball rocketed too. I mean, this is basically like chipping off of a Bermuda green, and if you don't hit it absolutely perfect, you don't get the spin on it that you're counting on, and there you go. It goes 10, 12 feet past.
Fourth for Finau.
Yeah, same sort of shot right here. Pretty flat lie in the bunker.
Pretty well done. Perfect on the speed. So he's been pretty successful out of the bunker this week. And out of the bunkers, you generally know what you have as far as your lie, so he did a much better job of getting the distance right.
Off the tee, it seemed like both these guys were in prime position to potentially take advantage of this. Par 5 10th hasn't been the case.
No, I kind of figured Tony taking that long iron would be able to get it up there where Bryson was in 2. And
Bryson was in the perfect spot.
Bryson,
Tony, at least he
hit it in the green, hit it on the green.
Yeah, I thought with Tony playing that 3 iron from the bunker, the leave would be somewhere where he could have a legitimate birdie shot.
Yeah, they've kind of stubbed their toe a little bit here. Although Bryson does have a chance. It's just about 10 times longer than he wanted.
Yeah, at least he's going to be working back up the hill. This hole's just a tricky one to find over here in this middle left portion. So many of these greens here at Quail Hollow kind of go up and then fall away in the back. This one kind of perched on that middle portion right on the highest point of this 10th green. This one just ever so slightly up the hill.
Thirteen-foot birdie putt.
Really kind of needs it.
Doesn't get it. Did move a whisker.
Or if anything, it moved towards the back of the green, which I think is the opposite of what they were thinking.
Just where this hole is located, it's just got a lot of repelling nature to it and a very, very challenging read.
Hard putt for Finau to stay 4 back.
This one should be a little easier read here, shouldn't it, Steve? A little right to left?
Yeah, I think that's about it. I think he's right kind of in the flattest part of it. Still nothing easy. Definitely a hole where you don't want a lot of stress on a par putt.
And that one never thought about moving. Well, that's how you stop your momentum right there, George.
It's a spike strip on the road. Ending that birdie run and a fiery crash on the 10th.
Really for both of them, though, after Bryson's miraculous birdie on 9. And here we come to the 11th, which is played incredibly difficult here this weekend with the wind switch, back in your face off the tee. The green is really hard to hit, much less get it close, and the pin's on the back right here, so been a fairly difficult place to get it close since it slopes away from you, so paramount to drive it in the fairway to really have any chance to get pin high.
DeChambeau has the honor.
If anything, maybe there's just a fraction of wind out of the left as well, but mostly into Bryson here. A full 320 yards to cover that far bunker. And it's going to take his mighty Sunday best to get over that. I think you got to be a little bit cautious more out to the right today.
Yeah, I think so, and that's a different line than these guys thought they were going to be taking.
Yeah, this is a little right of center here.
That should be perfect.
5th fairway today for DeChambeau.
Quiet, please. Thanks, guys.
Definitely one of the more challenging tee shots here on this back 9. And that one a little higher than I thought he'd hit it.
Yeah, he's leaking a little right, hoping to catch the fairway, and he did. Well back.
The right moon ball. Our guys are at 6 under. DeChambeau T3, Tony Finau inside the top 10 at 5 under. The lead is 10 at the PGA Championship.
Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first wager of $10. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. And we need some birdies, George.
In a big way. There's the Mint Club, the VIP lounge, where you can get access as part of ESPN Bet. Good spot to kick back and relax this week. Take a load off if you're trying to follow that final group in the back nine. They're about to make the turn, spin the wheel, and who is going to win? Scotty Scheffler, the odds-on favorite. Maybe you win the golf pack. There are some of the seats.
Yeah, I think his name was on every one of those slots on the wheel.
Scheffler, 10 under par.
But not really playing very tight. You know, kind of tight as in good, you know, kind of holding it close to the vest. So,
Rob, 1 under on the day. He's 3 back at 7 under par. Still say a lot could happen on the back nine.
Oh yeah, I was going to say it's not like fully interesting yet, but it's inching towards that. And there's some guys that are coming to holes, even our guys, that you could at least on the leaderboard start poking your head up a little bit.
DeChambeau not fully out of it, but would have to do something spectacular shortly.
Yeah, you're trying to pitch it. 98. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Shouldn't hurt at 7 to 10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very challenging shot for Tony Finau. 204 all the way back to this pin. Plays even 3 yards up from that into the wind. It's got to play at least 215, 220 here. But the back of this green falls away.
Yeah, so distance control is even that much harder. That's pretty good, though. From that distance, getting it pin high, even though it's 30 feet, that's actually a great shot to this hole. This green has been really difficult, Steve.
Yeah, it's diabolical how it falls out in the back. Bryson, almost 50 yards past Tony. He's only got 155 yards. And he's going to have to steal one here, kind of like he stole one on the 9th.
Do you feel like over 10 o'clock is just barely too much, if anything?
No, I think it's great. Okay.
Aggressive line.
Well, Scott, it's time for him to summon some of his best iron game of the week right now.
Yeah, he's been trying to, match the backswing to the distance, to the clock numerals to get his distance, and it hadn't been working. Let's see if it works this time. He likes it. And he should. That's a really good shot today at 11. Surprisingly, that ball checked up pretty fast.
Seemed like it was going to release hole high. DeChambeau can stroll up with the putter. Final round coverage of the PGA Championship now on CBS. Let's get to the board. John Rahm making the turn. Par of the ninth, 1 under 34 at 7 under. He and Alex Noren each in second. 3 back of Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau, Adam Scott, Matt Fitzpatrick. Some of the names at 6 under par, including English, Vegas, and Poston, and Tony Finau, T10, even on the day.
It's really bunched up 3 shots behind Scotty Scheffler. It's basically where we started the day, except that the back of the top 10 pack has made it a little bit closer. All in all, these are 2 pretty good looks for birdie on 11, which there hasn't been many of them.
These are 2 great looks. Bryson's not going to have much break at all on his. A couple tricky reads, though. This green is just like voodoo to read.
Yeah, they have done a nice job of finding little places that they probably have not used during any kind of tour event that they've had here. And guys have been fooled all week.
George Savaricas, Scott Verplank on ESPN Plus with Steve Scott. The lead was 11 under at the start of the day, currently at 10 under. Our guys began the round at 5 under par, 6 shots back of world #1 Scotty Scheffler. Tony Finau right now, that's where he is on the 11th green.
Yeah, I think it's one of these putts that's going to break right to left the first 2/3 of it, and it's going to flatten out a little bit at the end. It won't continue breaking.
They got the speed, just hung out. Not bad though.
Even today through 11.
This is as great of an opportunity as you could find here at 11, I think. It's just a little peeler from left to right here. I think he's got to play it just on the left edge, maybe barely outside. It's going to be a little speedy because it kind of works down the hill. This green, second half of the green falls towards the back portion of the green. But it looked like a pretty elementary read here.
Well, if he could somehow make this would be the first really roar of significance to get him back sort of in touch. But I mean, really can't wait much longer.
No, I think a birdie here is a big separator too. I mean, this is an easy hole to make bogey, how it's playing into the wind. So big drive, beautiful second shot. You got to pay it off.
16 feet 7 inches. He's had so many in this 16 to 20 foot range today for birdie.
Yeah, and he made the one on 9 and missed the one on 10.
DeChambeau ready to roll it.
No, right all the way. Back to the confused state that he kind of had earlier in the day.
Hasn't quite been sharp, but with how the last 4, 5, 6 groups have fared, 1 under is a pretty good number. It's just hard to make up ground when you're spotting that much to Scotty Scheffler to begin the day. Over to 12 now, Scott.
Very true. This hole generally plays harder than the 11th hole, but man, downwind, downhill. Guy, if you can hit this 21-yard wide fairway, the hole location is once again in a spot that you can get it close. You can use the hill to your advantage. As long as you get it to the hole location in a little past, it'll feed back. So if you know these guys hit a good drive, they got a wedge in. If they hit a nice wedge, they're going to have a very makeable birdie putt. But the hard part is getting it in the fairway off the tee.
Well, it's one of those holes, Scott. I mean, you only have 21 yards wide of fairway to hit to, and the ball just hangs in the air a long time if you get it a little bit offline. But the wind is helping, kind of in a nice direction for the hole.
Yeah, downwind the ball won't curve quite as much, so you really ought to feel pretty comfortable on this tee ball if you're a guy at this level.
Got a hole location here you should be able to get it close to if you hit the ball in the fairway.
DeChambeau going to go full send.
The answer to that is yes.
That was so beautiful right there.
And in the fairway. So unfortunately for him, he's in that spot where he hadn't been able to get it close, about 70, 80, 90 yards.
Drove it well, 6 out of 10 fairways.
And long.
Sets up nice for Tony's left to right fade.
Yeah, I think that's a good one too.
Now good tee shot of his own. Scotty Scheffler, the leader at 10 under par. Our guys need birdies in bunches on this back 9 at Quail Hollow.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams.
Can't tell you what this means to me, an old man. If I say any more, I'm going to have tears in my eyes, really.
And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
Part of what makes this week so important, the 107th PGA Championship, the PGA of America, and the engine behind this great event, and the more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals are why we love this game. Scotty Schauffele loved his driver on Saturday, hit 13 out of 14 fairways. Today, 2 for 6. He's 1 over through 8 holes. How do you read where the leaderboard is right now, Scott?
Well, Scotty's still in control, but he's not as sharp as he was, nowhere near as sharp as he was yesterday. It's just hard to score now. In the last 5-6 groups, it's just a couple guys under par that have only played like 12 or 13 holes. So it's tough.
Watch out for Jon Rahm. The first time he won a major U.S. Open at Torrey Pines, he birdied 17 and 18. Came from behind, finished with a kick, got that first up. You can make up 3 shots on the back 9 at Quail Hollow.
Oh yeah, and the good news for Jon Rahm is he's ahead of Scotty, and if he starts hitting the run on 10, 12, 14, 15 ahead of Scotty, now you're starting to put some pressure on him.
And Scotty 0 for 2 on the 2 birdie holes, 7 and 8. Par didn't put either close to within 15 feet and close to 20-foot birdie putts.
Yeah, I saw that 2 pulled drives, which he was doing early in the week and none yesterday, or only 1 yesterday. So it's not as sharp.
These guys are down, not fully out. Finau 5 back, DeChambeau 4 back as we are here on the 12th.
It's time for the magic to happen here for Big Tone, 116. This whole location kind of in this low portion of the green. You can use the backstop over there, a little back and left of the hole if you want it.
Yeah, this is the easiest hole location on the green. Boy, that one didn't check very well, though. Wind is picking up where it's straight down. It's hard to get the ball to spin the way you'd like it to.
Bryson hit a 350 off the tee right here. Almost think he's too close here downwind. I think he's got to use that sideboard over there on the left and bring it down a little bit. If he goes right at it, I mean, he's got to be so precise.
Yeah, it's the shot he hasn't been great with, but he needs some greatness now.
There we go.
Pretty great. I think that was actually a lot harder shot than it looked, obviously, on television. But with the wind blowing like that and the ball coming flat, to be able to stop it, that's special talent.
To get within 3 of the leader, Schauffele. Best short wedge from DeChambeau in this final round.
Yep, finally got the distance where he's pen high.
George Savarickas, Scott Verplank watching along in our broadcast booth. Up by the 12th green, it's Steve Scott. DeChambeau at 7 feet 6 inches. Finau 25 feet. Both of them for birdie putts. There are 3 smiling faces as it's the final day of the PGA Championship in Charlotte, North Carolina. Rahm behind these guys, a couple tee times in there close on the 10th for birdie. It's make it a two-shot deficit to Scotty Scheffler. How leaderboard aware will Scotty be on the front nine versus the back nine?
Well, Teddy Scott will be leaderboard aware. Probably not on the front nine. Back nine, you're going to probably, once you get to the 12th tee, 13th, you might want to start getting a sense of where you're at. Doesn't mean you want to, really focus on it, but a lot of times you just want to be aware, but barely aware.
Steve, are they visible all over the course?
Yeah, there's one just 60 yards to the front right of this green that they could look at if they want to. I haven't observed that they have seen them.
These guys don't need to look at the scoreboard yet, Steve. They need to make birdies.
Yeah. Are you just seeing them every hole, or is it every few holes? Or
yeah, they're plentiful out here. No question. Every couple holes. That's one from Tony. He's got to play this 2 or 3 cups out right to left.
And he did, and if it'll hook, pretty good putt. It's had a lot of break in that. Bryson's got a difficult 7-foot 6-inch putt down the hill. I think it will lean to the left at all, Steve?
Yeah, I think this one's definitely going to break left. It's a tricky read in this front portion right here, though, where they've got this hole located. It definitely moves left. I think he has to play it outside the hole, and it's got a little speed to it too. But you've got to step up there and really commit to this speed and this line. I don't think he hasn't really been shy with his putts by any means. But it's a read that you have to know.
Yeah, and you would prefer to be on the exact opposite side of the hole from here, but getting the wedge in there this tight would be a nice way for him to capitalize and gain some momentum.
Yeah, at some point he's got to run the tables here. Only 6 holes left after this one.
DeChambeau to cut it to 3 back. Timid stroke.
Yep, just has not been. But George, when the greens are this fast and firm in a tournament of this magnitude, the slightest bit of doubt or trepidation is just, it's magnified.
Par, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, and sadly, he was in pretty prime position on 10 and 12. So he's probably going to look back and go, man, that much sharper, and I would have been right there.
Jon Rahm's just birdied the 10th, couple birdies, rest pars, clean card. The lead 2 for Scotty Scheffler, who's missed the fairway on the 9th. He's hit 2 out of 7 fairways on the front 9. We're starting to get some drama at the PGA Championship.
A little bit, and this hole will add some as well, but it is playing straight downwind. A little more uphill, like it used to be kind of downhill, now it's uphill, so that will help the ball release to the back, and the hole location is probably the easiest one that they have on this green. So if they can get the number right, you can go right at it.
Being 212 to the hole, I think you're trying to pitch this ball upper 190s here. I think that would kind of be the shot. Maybe just a nice high 6-iron for Tony, and probably a 7 or 8 there for Bryson.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell
Yeah,
what club it is, but he needs something that is going to, in calm conditions, fly about 190, 195.
His lofts are so jacked up. I mean, they're 8 degrees stronger than normal lofts, 10 degrees some case.
Well, yeah, so you're right. Say 200. This is your basically 193 to 194 shot.
It does play uphill 6 yards from this teeing ground.
Okay, so it's going to play 15 down, right at 197, just under full 8.
Yeah, so let's just land this 8 short because we're hitting the 8, so which is 210. And it's up at 15.
Just 2.
Yeah.
Yep, so they're at 8 iron, trying to land it 8 yards short, so that's about a 205 carry. Not a bad line. Wow, that hit hard. Just flew it a little too far.
That ball really sailed. It just comes in so flat from this teeing ground here. Very challenging par 3. Tony's ball comes in a lot flatter typically than Bryson, so he's going to have to land it much shorter than that.
Slips left.
0 for 2 hitting the screen on the par 3 13th. More to come. It's the final round of the 107th PGA Championship here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Well, just eyeballing it, but that seems like it'll hold about 17,213 Miller High Lifes.
Only one man will find out later today when they get one of the coolest trophies in all professional golf. The Wanamaker. It seemed like it was no doubter that Scotty Scheffler was going to win. At one point early in this final round, he had a 5-shot lead. That is down to 1. Jon Rahm has a birdie opportunity on the 11th to tie it at 9 under par. Rahm a couple under. Scotty Scheffler a couple over on the front 9. We're in a very surprising turn of events, Scott.
I agree. And to be quite honest with you, all these guys that are 6 under or better that are still on the golf course, they are, with the way the back nine plays here, they're not totally out of it. I mean, if you hit 14 and 15 and then can get through the last 3, 9 or 10 under might win the golf tournament. If you're in the clubhouse at 10 under, you might be hard to catch.
Steve, what's the vibe like with your group and on the course as the complexion of this PGA Championship's completely changing?
Yeah, they can't just get one to go, though. I mean, they just can't get over that hump right now. But you're right, the leader is kind of coming back, so pars are okay, but there's going to be a lot of volatility in those last 3 holes. We know this one a little left to right. And not his best chip right there for Tony.
No, the only good thing about that is it's below the hole. And as the week has gone on, that has become more and more important. These greens have just kind of gotten faster every day.
Well, if you're Bryson, if you can't putt him in, you might as well chip him in. And this one is makeable right here, guys. It just has a barely right to left break. He just gets this onto the green, let gravity do its thing.
Yeah, should be quick.
Yeah, it's kind of. This one's going to scare the hole.
Did he get enough of it?
No, it just came out chunky.
And man, leaving it with those kind of putts right there for pars is just, that is just like a cardinal sin.
Yeah, that was far from his best.
You just hate doing that too. He's just like, really? I left myself with another one of these.
Stressful par putts for both guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is just about the worst leave that Bryson could have left himself. He was kind of on the edge where that first cut meets the second cut, but the second cut portion of that rough right there was not very long. I didn't think he was going to be able to just, I thought he'd be able to get good, clean contact with it, but apparently he didn't.
Well, you know, it's kind of a broken record. Out of that first cut, it has been incredibly inconsistent with how guys have been able to manage it. I mean, not Bryson, everybody.
Well, this is a huge putt right here. You can't let this one go at this stage of the game.
No, and it's one you can't be aggressive with, so you just got to do your routine the best you can and hit the putt and hopefully find the bottom of the hole. I mean, you have to hit it so easy. And look at that, how far it rolled past. You have to hit it so easy that you lose about 50% of your control of the face where you can accelerate through it. It's just hard to be that good all the time.
We are all tied up at the 107th PGA Championship. Back-to-back birdies for Jon Rahm. He made birdie out of the fairway bunker on the 11th. Rolled it in from 15 feet, 3 circles his last 4 holes. He and Scotty Scheffler co-leaders at 9 under par.
Steve, this putt is much easier. Not saying he's going to make, miss, or whatever, but uphill anyway.
Yeah, you can be aggressive with it.
Too aggressive.
Yeah, just powered it right through the break, and that's not in yet.
Oh, that's further than Bryson's. The speed of the greens has turned into a real issue.
They're definitely getting that championship sheen. They definitely have it.
Yeah, and normally the speed of the greens is not that big a deal for these guys, but it's becoming that way.
the door open for DeChambeau and Finau. They will lose ground on where the co-leaders are at 9 under par.
Yeah, and this is what you really hate. These for bogey.
Yeah, you could play this outside the right of the hole here.
Finau at 4 under falls out of the top 10. Now T14.
This shouldn't have much to it. Straight back up the hill.
Yeah, this one definitely got by an extra 1.5 feet, though. I mean, this is a good 3 feet here, guys.
DeChambeau makes bogey as well.
Pretty disappointing for both of them, I'm sure. I mean, the hole's playing hard because the green is so firm and quick around that location, but man.
DeChambeau would need a Scheffler type finish yesterday when he went 5 under the last 5.
Yeah, and this is the place to start it. These guys can get there. The hole location is not in a spot where you necessarily can get it close off the tee, but right bunker, pretty good, particularly if you're in the front of it. Probably a 3-wood again for maybe both of these guys.
This was the finish. Scheffler to 2 feet on 14 yesterday, made eagle, birdied 15. Parred 16, actually had a good chance at birdie. Then birdied 17, birdied 18. 5 under the last 5 holes. That got him to 11. Right now the co-leaders are at 9. DeChambeau's at 5 under. If he matches what Scottie Scheffler did in his 3rd round, at least the last 5 holes, he could post 10 under par. Then things get very interesting for Bryson.
Well, do you want to be on the 18th tee with a 1 or 2 shot lead and feel more, comfortable? Even a 2-shot lead's not comfortable with that tee shot. So if someone can get in there and post a score, the Green Mile might have more to do with the ending than anything else.
Three-wood for DeChambeau to the 14th.
Yeah, definitely a little wind out of the left and helping here. It's going to take a great golf shot. That right greenside bunker, not awful today.
No, this is where you really got to take a chance, in my opinion.
Yeah,
he can fly it on the green with this club if he hits a good one. And it's leaking a little right.
Will it get the left top? Into the gallery.
No. I don't think that's real great. He's not going to have really anything to work with green-wise.
Let's see what Tony can produce right here. Yeah, you're right. You have to take an aggressive line right here. You have to flirt with that penalty area if you're Tony.
You really do. Especially with the left-right wind.
Pretty solid. This one's towards that right edge of the green, too.
Well, if this one will get in the bunker, it'll be okay. And roll it, but it barely got in the bunker, Steve. That is not going to be nearly as easy as it could have been.
Tighten it up in Charlotte, North Carolina. Anyone's ball game, which I didn't think I'd be saying this late in the stage at the PGA Championship.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
Look at how things have unfolded at the PGA Championship for this final round. Scotty Scheffler was at 11 under, had a 3-shot lead, but he was 5 up on Jon Rahm. Those two finally meeting at 9 under par, and our co-leaders, Scheffler through 9, Rahm up ahead on the 11th. Rahm's tee shot on the 12th, 350 yards in the fairway. And just hit his wedge onto the green, so he's got a birdie putt on the 12th to try and get to 10 under par. Scheffler greenside at the par 5 10th in 2. He's in that bunker just left of the green. So Rahm putting the screws on Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, which I'm not sure any of us really fully believed that anything like that would happen. But the door has now been opened. I wouldn't say opened totally wide yet, but there's definitely a crack.
It seemed like 5 was too much ground
it sure did.
To make up from where Rahm was. He does have that pedigree, and if he won today, he'd have 3/4 of the career Grand Slam and would be going for the career Grand Slam at Royal Portrush. He's already won U.S. Open at Torrey Pines and the Masters 2 years ago.
He is that kind of talent. There's no doubt about it.
How's this for Finau?
It's doable right here. He's going to have to carry a lot of this bunker, though, but he can get this one up and down.
Yes, he can.
Or make it.
Nearly did.
What a shot. So he hasn't quite given up yet. He's still giving it a shot.
Bryson have anything to work with? Let's watch Finau's replay first, and then we'll get that update.
Yeah, landed. Look how soft that landed. That was wonderful. Wonderful shot.
So what's Bryson facing, Steve?
The only good thing he's got is he's got the wind into him right here. He's going to have to kind of float this up in the air. Had to move some baggage out of the way over here from the gallery, but you know, with this wind into him right here, this is not a bad deal, but he doesn't have more than about 12 feet of green to work with. He can't fly this too far onto the green at all.
Boy, did very well with that.
What a golf shot that was.
Touch of class.
Yeah, I was thinking that was going to be a lot. I mean, there's not much green to work with right there, Steve. I mean, you got to hit it perfect to get it right there that close.
Heck of a golf shot. Both these guys hunting birdies on 14.
Those were just exquisite hands by both of them right here. Bryson even more so. I mean, just no room of green to work with at all. He landed in the exact spot he had to land it. Looks like they both get out of here with 3.
Finau first to go. That's a birdie.
Nice bounce back.
A lot of artwork for Finau. 4 birdies, 4 bogeys, even par.
It's been a bumpy ride.
DeChambeau in there tight.
That was more of the touch that he has shown on the Live Tour, being the #1 in scrambling on that tour.
Bryson birdie. Gonna take something magical these last 4 holes. He's 3 behind Rory Schauffele.
Yeah, an hour ago it looked like a snoozer. Now it's turning into a golf tournament, and our guys aren't completely out of it.
Hold the phones. I said 3 behind. Scotty Scheffler has just birdied the 10th from 9 feet out. Scheffler at 10 under. 1-shot lead over Jon Rahm. He is 4 up on Bryson DeChambeau, who needs a good tee shot if he's going to reach this par 5 and 2.
Yeah, and this hole has been playing the easiest on the golf course for the week. You hit the fairway here, you are hitting it up here either on or around this green. It kind of, you can see it repels everything away from you, but the guys, they have destroyed this hole. 15 eagles this week. I guess 586 is not long enough for a par 5, George.
Steve, what's this tee shot like on 15?
Well, you have to challenge the oak trees down the left. I mean, we've seen these players blister it over them earlier on. If you can get this one down the left, closer to that penalty area, you can shave off 25 or 30 yards on the approach as it doglegs up the hill on the left.
Well, with his length, he just needs it anywhere in the fairway.
Hard wind left to right here.
I think it's going to be okay. Oh. Not sitting down horribly, though, from the camera view, so I would say the worst thing is he's going to be able to get up around the green. Maybe not on it.
Let's see if Tony can get a little bit more elevation on this golf ball right here.
Yep. As a cutter, a little tougher shot, too. And this one is going right. Well right.
Yeah, spray job by Finau. Final round coverage now on CBS of the PGA Championship.
How we doing?
Our feature group, Bryson DeChambeau, Tony Finau. They're playing the par 5 15th. Scotty Scheffler sweating it, but up 1.
Really good.
The crowds have been awesome this week in Charlotte, North Carolina. They had to deal with a lot of rain. Pop-up storm yesterday morning, storms Tuesday and Wednesday, more than 5 inches of rain since 2 Fridays ago. It had been soggy to begin the week. And we're awarded on Sunday.
Rush hour traffic on a Sunday.
Yeah, the day we'd all been waiting for. Players, caddies, PGA of America. us and the media and the fans who wanted to watch their stars compete for the PGA Championship. Turning into a two-man back and forth, Schauffele and Rahm. Finau and DeChambeau both off to the right.
Yeah, I think Finau is deep in there, Steve. You got eyes on it?
I do. He is. He is in a bit of a spot of bother. Just taking a look at Bryson's ball. The ball's sitting up okay. He's gonna have to slash and burn it up that hill, but Tony's got a tough one. He's gonna be standing on the path, but the relief would actually put him in the evergreen tree to the right, so he's gonna pretty much just play it. Stand on the path and play it. It's in the grass and the edge of the pine needles.
Can he get it? Can he get, how far up there do you think he can get it?
I think he just has to chip out short of the water, honestly. I think he would be really, his backswing is kind of limited where, you know, the evergreen tree kind of, one of the branches kind of hangs in there where his backswing would be.
Yeah, he's already going.
Figuring out if he wants to take a drop from the cart path based on the stance.
Oh yeah, we're just moving off there
Here?
ever so slightly. Go ahead and take a stance now. Where you don't have it in there.
Yeah, if I could.
Yeah, okay. So where the club head is behind
Just above?
Yep.
Good with that?
He must think he can get a better location for a backswing because his relief is further into the tree.
Yeah.
It's questionable. I will say that.
I want to get in there to check the angle, but you want to get in there. You know what I mean? Like, I want to farm that up. I think it's a little more this way.
I think you got to go a little more to the right.
So you got to be perpendicular to the
Yep, exactly. Right where you had it, right there. Okay?
So he's taking relief from the cart path. We're not down there, but it looks like to keep it on grass, he's going to be standing on the cart path, isn't he, Steve?
I think so. I think he's got to. If he keeps it where it is, he will be standing on the path. But his backswing is kind of impeded. This is what you call a pickle.
Yeah, I can't tell, George. Has he picked up the ball yet? I can't tell if he's actually going to take relief or not.
We'll find out in a matter of moments.
I'm looking at the pin with that one.
No,
okay,
he's not going anywhere.
Finau figuring out how to manufacture a swing here.
Yeah, he couldn't even get enough backswing to get it in the air, I don't think. But he did. That's how strong he is. Did you see, how long was that backswing? A flick of the wrist?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, good as he could do. Well, here we go.
How far can Bryson muscle it down?
Well, looks like he's going to take his 5-wood here. He's got 248 up this hill, 223 to the front.
Yeah,
so off a downslope as well. He's going to probably have to, kind of chop down and cut this ball, get the face really open, and see if he can chase something up there.
Yeah, chances of getting it on the putting surface are not good. But if he can get it up there between the bunkers, fairly on either side, he's got a great chance of making a 4.
Yeah, he's got a lot of golf ball on this one. Heading down the left side, might sneak through it.
Flew it up there.
Wow. And it just looked like it just nestled right to the bottom. He got a whole lot of golf ball there to fly it onto the green.
How is that as a spot in 2 to play from?
I don't know if his lie is as bad as it looked like when it dropped to the bottom. It's not great. If he's got cush underneath the ball where he can elevate the chip shot, I think he's in great shape.
Steve Tink gets through this third for Finau.
Well, he's a bit on a downslope right here. He's got a good ways into this hole right now. Got to climb some 6 or 7 yards up from that fairway to get to the green. He's got room of green to work with, though. Wind out of the left. Definitely some hurt on the wind, though. And left to right.
Well, not too difficult from there, except that he's hitting his 4th shot. So bad tee shot really cost you on this hole. There's a chance to make a birdie.
DeChambeau still has a chance, so I'm familiar with the acronym KISS, which you know what that means. Keep it simple, stupid. Well, our PGA professional Joe Hallett has a different one in mind when it comes to iron play.
It's just plain and simple. That's all it is. George, Scott, one of the things that all of us here as instructors and golfer is the swing plane. What is the swing plane? Where is it? I don't want to make it too complicated. I want you to give yourself a little test. It's very simple. Go find a wall, stand against it, take 1 step forward. Now, you might do the side of your house. You're probably not going to want to do your mementos on the bar, and you probably want to get an older club, not your brand new iron. But if you take that 1 step forward, as you swing back, you'll find that the club head will hit somewhere above your shoulder. This is the Hall of Fame. If you try this drill and you find that the club head hits down here, that's the Hall of Shame. So use the Hall of Fame a step away, feel the club hit up here, you're going to know your swing is on plane. Good luck.
You learn something new every day, right?
We certainly do every time we check in with our guy Joe Hallett. Steve, you up greenside?
Yeah, I took a look at the lie, and you know, it's okay. I've seen a lot worse this week. The most difficult part of this one, it definitely runs away. He's going to have to land this short of the putting surface and just let it trundle on, but I think he can get this one within 6 or 7 feet. He'd much rather be on the other side of the hole, though, where Tony is kind of working back up the hill, though, and into the wind, more importantly.
Yeah, I think that, you know, hitting it left like he did, it looks good on paper, but you just almost always rather miss the screen to the right.
Yeah, I think, if anything, maybe he was trying to hit in that left greenside bunker. That would have been
that would have been good.
Yeah, that would have been a better location. Just so hard to control where he was, but
yeah.
You know, testament to his strength to get the ball past the hole, though. I mean, mere mortals would not have been able to even remotely attempt that.
No, and fly it that far. Downhill lie out of the rough. But he's not a mere mortal at this point.
Pretty straightforward here for Tony out of this really tightly mown approach cut.
Well done. Should escape with a par.
Avoid the damage. this point in the season. Top 10 would go a long way for Tony Finau. He's T8 at 5 under.
Well, both of these guys, obviously Bryson's playing for an automatic spot on the Ryder Cup team. You know, this is only got 3 or 4 chances to get points, so very important to finish as high as he possibly can if he doesn't win. And Tony needs a little boost. The top 10 in the major would be great.
Like Bryson's thinking about that, though. He wants to get up and down for birdie.
Yep.
Let's see if he can have a deft touch like he did back there on 14.
He's going high. Slow down. Or go in. What a shot.
Thing of beauty from DeChambeau.
He's got the might. He's got the touch.
I mean, that is brilliant. That's almost like an old school flop shot, you know, before you could really spin the ball and have all these, you know, extra lofted wedges. That was brilliant right there.
Got a chance, got a birdie to the house. That's where the lead currently is at 10 under. Birdied 14, should be a birdie on 15.
Those were 2 just exquisite little flop shots on these last 2 holes.
It's a par for Finau. Pretty good considering where his tee shot was.
Yeah, just unfortunately it's getting late, but yes, nice save.
DeChambeau for back-to-back birdies. He's now within 3 of Schauffele.
It's been a struggle, but he's obviously not a quitter. He is fighting it to the end.
Now the fun begins. 16, 17, and 18.
Well, and this is starting with 16. This is where he could really take advantage of his length. Downwind, a little right to left off the tee. He could hit wedge to this green, which would be a massive advantage. But this hole generally is just so difficult. If you miss the fairway, guys are hitting in the water, hitting in the bunker. They're 3-putting. It's just, the hole is just one of the hardest 2 or 3 holes on the golf course easily, but really one of the hardest 2 or 3 holes you'll ever play. And you can see them walking back. They've moved this tee back so far. George, you and I would take a left off the 15th green to the tee box. These guys take about a 100-yard hike to the right.
It was so stunning that not only Noren, but Schauffele as well, both played the Green Mile in 2 under the final 3 holes.
Yeah, anything's possible. Well, for Bryson, it's all going to start here with the tee shot. If he can hit another bomb down the middle, then I wouldn't totally give up on him yet. But he's going to have to hit another really good wedge shot below the hole to make putts. So we'll see. I'm sure he loves this tee ball because he can just, it's a huge, huge platform here to hit it over that bunker. So this should be right up his alley.
If you remember yesterday, he thought the wind was more out of the right. And back in this chute of trees, you don't feel all the wind. And he thought it was more right to left, and he left it in the right rough. And this was kind of the beginning of his demise here on the Green Mile. If he could play this Green Mile like Scottie Scheffler did yesterday and a couple under, he might have a chance here come 18.
Well, yeah, this will be very difficult. If you're standing on the 18th tee with a 1-shot lead and somebody's posted a score, you got work.
They push this bunker and this tee back about 335 yards to cover this bunker.
This seems a little right.
Will it carry?
No.
Didn't look like it.
Didn't appear to carry the bunker. But if it didn't, and it's down in the bunker, which we just got word that it is, if it's down in the flat with a decent lie, it's not horrible right there.
Yeah, the ball usually hasn't stayed on the faces the way they kind of pack the faces of these bunkers. So very much Augusta-like, same sand as they have at Augusta National. So it all kind of funnels down to the bottom.
Finau.
Swing. Win.
Begging for some wind help, and I just don't know if it's there. Oh. Looked like bunker as well, George.
Appears to be 2 for 2 in the bunker. DeChambeau trailing by 3. Starting to find it on the back 9. Birdies on 14 and 15. Couple under on the day. He's marching up the leaderboard. T3 at the PGA Championship.
As players navigate their way around the course this week, danger will be looming in the form of the Green Mile. The last 3 holes at Quail Hollow have been called a nightmare over the years, and here's why. In the PGA Championship in 2017, there were more double bogeys or worse on these 3 holes than there were birdies or better. Of those, 12 are triple or quadruple bogeys, and that matches the number of triples or worst on the first 15 holes. A lot of the danger comes from the water and play. Since the PGA Tour returned here in 2003, more than 1,800 golf balls have found their way into the water on this stretch of holes. All that to say, in recent history, no finish in major golf has been more treacherous to navigate than this one. Not Winged Foot, not Kiowa, or not even Carnoustie. When it comes down to it, no one is safe walking the Green Mile.
It's our guy Peter Burns, and he speaks the truth, doesn't he, Scott Verplank?
Yeah, the last 3 holes on this golf course will definitely put you to the test.
Are both the lies in the bunker pretty similar, Steve?
Yeah, Bryson's feet are going to be just a little bit above the ball, which it just gives you a little trepidation of catching it a little thin. I don't think the lip is going to be an issue. They both have 171 yards. So Bryson, that should be just a 9-iron for Bryson. But His ball was only about 1.5 yards from covering this bunker, and very important 1.5 yards that he missed. Both lies are very clean, though, and little front left hole location. I mean, it is doable here. It's just not the hardest fairway bunker shot I've ever seen.
What's your draw in there from that bunker?
Well, the wind should help this ball kind of feed to the front left pin.
Yeah, for sure. You can start this towards the middle and just let the wind do what it wants. You just don't want to get this riding on the wind, and that's probably just hurting a fraction as well, though.
Yeah, they're saying 2 to 3 o'clock wind, so that's basically across, possibly hurting a touch.
Caught it solidly. Now the wind is turning it. This looks pretty good line-wise.
Real good.
What a shot by Bryson DeChambeau.
It'll stay there. Boy, just that's so. He hit such a great shot to end up release into the gummy first cut. What a shot.
That was so solidly struck right there.
Yeah.
Very demonstrative.
He should have been. What a shot. He almost deserved for that ball to just slow down and stop and give me a putt at it.
Tony flights it a little bit lower. He's going to have to pick this one a little better.
But if he cuts it up against the wind, it will hit a little softer.
It's got to hang on a little bit, though.
And it did. And he cut it up against the wind, and it hit a little softer.
Tony topping Bryson.
What a shot that was.
Even better. Ball on Tony Finau.
Looks pretty straight from there, doesn't it? Those are actually 2 excellent shots from that fairway bunker.
Yeah, there haven't been many closer than Tony Finau. He's going to have one of the best approach shots that we've seen today, the 16th.
Yeah, which you wouldn't probably expect out of the fairway bunker.
Finau inside 9 feet. There's just been 4 birdies on the 16th. Finau could make it 5 by the field.
Well, it's generally a really tough hole, and it still is.
How would you grade our 2 guys? Finau even through 15, DeChambeau a couple under.
Oh man, I would. It's tough. They're playing in hard conditions in a huge tournament, so they're both good. But it just feels like they've both just left a ton out there, doesn't it? So maybe a B and a B minus. You know, and I don't want to be. It's hard. It's hard. I can just tell you, it's hard being right here and getting and performing the way you want to. So not quite A, but definite B's.
What about you, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Bryson has done so much well green to tee, tee to green, but on the greens. I mean, putting wise, C minus for sure. But I mean, like a shot like this thing came down from the stratosphere and just had a little too much draw spin, and Tony's, like you said, Scott, kind of faded and landed a little softer. I mean, it's all these little fine points right here. It's hard to, you know, really knock anything they're doing from on the full swing, but around the greens, on the greens, they just haven't converted.
And the greens are harder and faster than they've been all week. And the wind's still blowing, so it got got to be very precise.
Yeah, this place, it's amazing how much drier it is here compared to Wednesday.
Yeah.
Before we started this golf tournament, pretty wild.
Well, Bryson's going to have to kind of buck the trend here to make one out of this first little cut that has just basically been so inconsistent throughout the whole week, throughout the whole field. You know, guys, it comes out hot, comes out soft. You know, it hops, it doesn't hop. You know, it's just like when Bryson hit it over the back of the fifth green. He knocked it 7 feet past on trying to make it, and then 3-putted. So,
yeah, I like the putter. I don't like the wedge from here. He was thinking about chipping. I talked to Greg as he was walking up the green and said, I might chip this, but I like this play. He's only got a couple inches to go through of this first cut here.
Well, he's going to have to figure it out quick.
Looking for 3 straight birdies. DeChambeau loses it to the right.
Yeah, you could see it. It just kind of hopped coming out of that stuff. See there, it just got up in the air, and that just, I don't know, you know, it's just hard to make them from there. It's been proven all week. We haven't really hardly even seen that many good shots. This one should be very makeable.
Yeah, pretty much straight up the hill. Maybe a fraction of left to right in it. And back into the wind, too. So just got to strike it solidly.
Finau for birdie.
Oh, man. Just ran
Ouch.
out of steam.
Par on 16.
Well, which was fine, but after hitting that brilliant second, I know he would like to have had a putt that had a better chance than that.
Little one for par. DeChambeau, 3.5 feet.
Man, not a whole lot here. Just trying to make good, solid strokes. That's it.
Made it.
DeChambeau stays at 7 under, 3 behind the leader, Schauffele. What's in store at the par 3 17th?
Oh, just one of the harder holes you'll ever play. At 216 today, with the wind coming a little bit in from the right, it's going to be so hard. You're going to have to take such a big chance to hit it close to this hole location. Middle of the green, if you get the right bounce, it'll kind of feed over there. But in general, this green just repels all incoming shots, so very difficult to make birdie.
Bryson DeChambeau yesterday was a co-leader, standing on the tee at the par 3 17th at 7 under par. And then this happened.
Yeah, it hits it high, hooking, and then all of a sudden the wind got hold of it. And
in the water, has to drop his third from the drop area.
Yep. And hits this past the hole, but you said it right, George. Even with the conditions, the only thing you can't do is hit it in the water. And he's hitting like his 8 or 9 or whatever iron. It was, unfortunately for him, it was a really bad timing on a mistake.
Double bogey, like the confused look should have been, why am I 30 to 40 feet past it? And then after 2-putt for par.
I know, and it's easier said than done.
Yeah, very, very easy from where we're sitting versus when you're facing the hardest hole on the course at Quail Hollow.
Yeah, and the wind just kind of swirls through here, so that's one of the things that makes it so doggone hard, too.
Yeah, I'm looking at the flag on 16. It's kind of mostly right to left, maybe a little into. Then I'm looking at the flags on top of the grandstands, and you don't want to look at the flag on this green, I don't think. Got to look at the ones on the grandstands. That's really the true wind there.
Well, this is a little bit of a, I don't want to compare this place to Augusta National, but you have to trust your wind chart on the back nine at Augusta National. Whatever what the wind is when you make the turn, you need to always remember what that was. And it kind of here, like you said, the wind is blocked by the build out, some of the big, huge trees around.
And what's 8 short?
And you got to get the wind right on this shot.
Into the wind here. Smooth the back. Yeah. It's not a 7-iron. It's dead into us now, dude.
What's front? Let's get front. If you cover front, it's gonna end up. You're gonna end up with a great putt.
Yeah.
5, 10. So it's 196.
Front, downhill.
That's
6 yards, so 190. I mean that gets over front edge all day long.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, big big draw, but let's bring it down on the right side of the green. It's got it.
There's one word that describes this hole: terror.
Yeah, he's trying to hit the only shot that you can get close, a big high draw landing kind of in the front right part of the green and have it release. Similar to the shot he tried to hit yesterday.
It's turning on the wind. I like the line.
If it's enough, and it is, but it didn't release very much.
Still, tremendous golf shot, though, right there.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fantastic. It's just, this hole's about as hard as they get coming down this stretch.
Yeah. Good golf shot to safely protect 7 under and likely finish in a share of third.
Yeah.
Steve, hard holes to force the issue and try and make birdie when you got 17 and 18 and you're coming from behind.
Yeah, there's no question of how challenging and diabolical this one is if you're having to make birdie. I mean, that's why the run that Schauffele went on yesterday at the end, it could have won him the golf tournament. I mean, we'll see, but
Yeah, it feels.
That is true. And this whole location here is the one that if you take it on and your tee-ball lands firm, if you get past this hole, it's going in the water. It's going into the penalty area. I've seen that happen a million times playing on this golf course.
so many factors to put into the equation here, but Finau ready to pull the trigger.
Trying to play the draw.
Oh boy, this is dangerous.
Will it find dry land?
Oh, not even close.
I can't hit any more solid.
Tony's saying I can't hit it any more solid. Makes you wonder what the plan was.
I don't know, because if he was planning on the perfect shot, but obviously the wind switched. But I mean, that was a good, that's 30 yards shy.
It's not like it was just off and took a bounce and hopped in.
No, that was 30 yards short of where he was trying to fly it.
I don't think Scotty Schauffele realizes how fortunate he is. Jon Rahm has had 3 consecutive birdie putts inside 13 feet on 13, 14, and 15, and has missed all 3.
Well, yeah, 13 was a great shot, but 14 and 15, he should have been closer than that. So he's really fortunate he hasn't birdied any of them. Like you said, he had one really easy up and down he didn't make. So here we go. The golf course is winning again.
Scheffler still leading by 1. He's on the par 4 14th. Rahm starting the Green Mile. We're midway through it, and it's thrown its first haymaker at Tony Finau on the 17th.
Flat here. Flat 121. That's right here. So if you want to move off the on cover.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously got to play some hurt.
Yeah, 18, so 103 left. Yeah, 100%, a little different angle too. You're at 22 right there.
122?
Right. 22 in off the right.
Okay. If we're trying to, I mean, ideally trying to push this how far? 15?
Yeah, I was gonna say like, yeah, 15 to 16. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
How far do you think that's going to distance?
Right now.
This is 20?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just adding a few. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, again, we're just patient. Little right of the hole, let it work in. Yep. I think right now, 20 sounds perfect.
Okay.
Bryson just walked by me, walking up to the green. He said, "That's exactly what happened to me yesterday. Hits a wall of wind and fell down into the penalty area." Now, Tony Finau about 120 yards here from this drop circle.
Sit down. Sit down. Bite.
Oh, this might be the one that gets left of it, and
fortunately, there's rough.
Yes, the one time, the one time all week you're glad there's rough.
Yep, you're dry, Tony.
So if you're hitting that, if you're on going at it and you're back there at 200 instead of 120, there's no way that's staying out of the penalty area.
Because was our vantage point deceiving? It seemed like Tony was way left, where if it had been 20, 30 yards right, maybe that catches the front portion of the green, or was that not even going to cover straight on?
So, well, Steve, you're down there. It looked like it was well short.
Yeah, that was going to be short. It might have caught the front right portion of the bunker, maybe, if it was far enough, but it would have to have been pretty far right to cover.
Yeah, it definitely got eaten up.
George Zavarica, Scott Verplank, and Steve Scott with our group on the par 3 17th at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. What Bryson DeChambeau has been able to do in majors over the past couple of years has been remarkable. Think about last year, was runner-up at the PGA Championship. Very next major wins the U.S. Open, missed the cut at the Open. This year in the final group at the Masters, finished T5. Right now he's T3 here at the PGA Championship. A year ago at Augusta, he was T6. You throw out the Open, he's been top 6 in every major.
Yeah, he's been amazing. I know Rory won the Masters to complete the career Grand Slam, but Scotty's really been the only one consistently better. Over the period that Bryson's played in the last 6 majors.
Oh, got it. Yeah, yes, yeah.
I mean,
well,
it's been impressive.
Don't sleep on Xander Schauffele.
Well, that's true. Xander Schauffele. You're right. He did win 2 of them.
He's got 2 in that time.
So yeah, for if we just count 2, Xander Schauffele is by far the best player. But over this 6 tournament swing, it's been awful impressive to reiterate your point. And this will be really important for him to make this U.S. Ryder Cup team, which I know would be a big deal for him. They should pick him anyway, but if he doesn't make it on point, I mean, if he doesn't make it on points, they should probably pick him, or they should pick him. But you always want to make it by yourself.
4 top 10 finishes, last 5 major appearances. How come, dude? It seems like they don't evaluate, or it's not publicly evaluated, a guy's record when they're making a captain's picks. Like if a guy's had a 3-10 record and you're on the fence with someone else and they just haven't and I know it's a team game and you also have Sunday singles, but
my experience is it comes down to at the very end of the team comes down to personalities. Everybody's good. You're not picking a dog.
But some guys have,
I know some guys play better than other guys, but also some guys play
Correct.
better in certain situations than other guys. All the guys you're looking at are great players, but I think we've used the chemistry deal, and it's worked over here now, but it hadn't worked overseas yet. Whereas Europe, they just find the chemistry amongst all themselves.
But do you never hear them publicly say, it has to be, U.S. will say, we want good personalities, everyone has to get along. I've never heard the Europeans say that. They just say, we want the 12 best players in the room, and
which is exactly what they picked. Ludwig Oberg, who hadn't even played in a major yet. I'm with you. Correct. Well, that's why they've dominated the last 20, 30 years.
It's been wild how one-sided it has been, and now it's just gotten so incongruent where home field advantage in the Ryder Cup is so monumental.
Yeah.
What are the twists and turns for DeChambeau's birdie putt?
Yeah, right to left at the beginning. It'll kind of flatten out. It won't continue to move from right to left when it gets to the hole as much.
Probably just be a good 2-putt, be honest with you. And it's going to be. Steve, you're down to this green. You could have a 30-footer and it could break 5 different ways.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Where this hole is located, it's kind of right on that spine where it kind of climbs up, and then the back part falls away, kind of like the 10th hole as well. Very tricky reads around this hole. I mean, it was a wonderful putt, just a really hard putt to read.
Yeah, I think everything on this green is hard to read.
Let's see if Tony can make a wonderful save for bogey here. Just a little karate chop chip.
Fourth shot.
Hit it.
Uh-oh. That's for double. Matt Wallace, 3 under par, solo 19th. Tony makes that, he'd join him there. Otherwise, 2 under par. You got a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players.
Yeah, you know, Harris English had that great round early today, and it's going to hold up right there at the top 5. You know, what a round.
Cha-ching.
And Ryder Cup points and more good status in the world of golf.
Speaking of Ryder Cup, Harris English's caddy, Eric Larson, believe the only caddy to caddy for 3 different players in the Ryder Cup. Anthony Kim in 2008, winning effort. Jeff Overton 2010, and then Harris English 2021 at Whistling Straits, another win. Scotty Scheffler birdies the 14th, even on the round, 2-shot lead.
And a big putt for Tony Finau here. Just to
should just kind of
finish.
Just barely left or right.
Okay, good effort there. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do about it, George. You know, obviously he said he felt like he hit a good shot, and he probably did. But if the wind switches in your face, what are you going to do about it? Same thing happened to Bryson yesterday.
DeChambeau makes par. .71 holes down. We got 1 to go, Scott.
Yeah, and what a hard hole it is. It is playing a little downwind. It is left to right downwind, so that does help. But you just have to stand up here and hit a golf shot off the tee. There's plenty of fairway, but there's hazards everywhere. And then this green is another one that is just really hard to get the ball close to. Pins in kind of the traditional back left location, bringing the creek into play. If you don't drive it in the fairway here, this hole's very difficult to deal with. And it is the toughest hole on the golf course for the week, which I fully understand, because you can, one swing here is going to, one swing can determine whether you make a 3 or a 7. There's not many holes that are that dramatic.
It gets all the way up there, doesn't it?
One word. How would you describe the tee shot on 18?
Intimidating. But these guys are talking. I mean, Bryson hits it so far.
Isn't it?
It is.
He's even going with 3-wood.
I guess all I'm saying is,
I just don't want this thing to turn back into us and be.
sit driver. I'm not talking about it. If you're 50-50, I like 3-wood. If you're 51-49, the driver.
Let's be a man.
Yeah, I'm with it.
That's why he loves him. Let's be a man. He's going with the big
That's
stick.
why I drive it all the time.
Yeah, you're right. If you hit a 3-wood and comes back into us, we have 200 yards.
Yep, not okay.
Yep.
Bring out the boomstick, Bryson.
I like the boomstick here. This is. I think the fairway widens up for him with the driver. Honestly,
They were talking about that. So
Yep.
he's just said, "All right, be a man."
Yep, he can clear that kind of left side of the creek, and the wind is left to right here. He just got to get out of his mind what happened yesterday and that ball kind of riding on the wind.
Yeah, I'll just hit a good, just normal swing, and it should be fantastic.
Ball is just hammered just right of the creek and falling right.
It needs to get a little right, doesn't it? Well, it's going to be up. I'm pretty sure it's stuck on the side of the hill. And
it did.
There you go.
It will be awkward stance, but clean lie.
If he likes hooking it, he's really going to like this one.
That is his natural shot shape.
All right, let's see if Tony can kind of just fire it just right of that line. I mean, that ball just needed to fall right an extra touch, and it would have been absolutely perfect. And this one on a little better line. Quick pick up of the tee.
Good one by Finau. My, oh my, how things have changed in Charlotte. Jon Rahm has actually just made another bogey. Scottie Scheffler has taken full command of the PGA Championship. Welcome back to final round coverage here of our featured group on ESPN Plus, the PGA Championship. The ball position for Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau living dangerously, but he's on dry land. 343, got 26 yards between the two. Would you rather be DeChambeau further ahead or Finau in the middle of the fairway?
I think I'd rather be Finau just because you have a normal flat lie. But I'd also like to be able to hit it as far as both of them. But George, at this point, I'd take where Bryson is and be thrilled.
It'll be a ball above his feet pretty well, but the lie's sitting up very nice in that first cut.
Tough hole location here. Back left, wind's blowing off the left. Green kind of feels like it'll feed to this hole, but then at the end it kind of teases you and goes back the other way. So really hard to hit it close on this one.
Yeah, with that wind out of the left like this, you know, you got to take a pretty aggressive line in that creek. I mean, this is such a, just a dangerous little hole location here. It's from 187 right here.
Yeah, at this point, middle of the green's a pretty good shot.
See if you can end on a high note.
Yeah, trying to turn it from right to left. It's just not going to turn.
Well, he got it pinned high, but just off the surface.
Well, Scott, how aggressive do we get here if we can semi-control our golf ball?
Well, if anybody's going to be aggressive, it would be Bryson. I mean, if he feels comfortable with a solid hit, this should help that he's on this little hook lie. Started at the middle of the green and let it just feed back there.
I mean, if you think about how upright his irons are, too, I think this is kind of a good scenario. Anybody with a flat iron, the toe that would kind of dig in first, but this might turn out in his favor, as awkward as it is.
Well, that and the fact that he's hit it 350 off the tee and has only got 150 in.
He's definitely got to cross a little bit of this creek up here in front of the green if he wants to be on a direct line with it. But just get this thing on the top shelf. That's really the order of business right now. Get it on the top shelf. Give yourself some sort of 15, 20 footer if you can.
They're doing advanced mathematics right here.
It's just so much guesswork. How much left is this ball going to come out of this lie? That is the big guess here. Whatever it is, you got to stay tall right here with the feet being, you know, 5-6 inches below the golf ball here. Got to keep the chin and the chest very tall.
What you really got to do is make sure you start it far enough right. Because he already likes to draw it. And he did.
Trying to work its way back.
Oh, it just didn't come out at all. That needs to stop.
Oh, that catches the false front to the intermediate cut.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he hit it way out on the toe. Which is hard to do. Ball's sitting on that fluffy, sticky grass, and you're well below the hole. Hard shot.
A lot to be decided as far as where the leaderboard's going to shake out behind Scotty Scheffler, barring disaster, as DeChambeau gets a big round of applause 2 straight years he's in contention at the PGA Championship, runner-up last year. Currently tied for 3rd at 7 under par, up and down, and he would post 7 under for the week. And it would be his 3rd straight round in the 60s after an opening even par 71. The state of his game with the T5 at the Masters, another top 5 here with another eye towards the U.S. Open at Oakmont.
I would say I don't think he's playing his best golf. I think if he could tighten it up just a little bit and cut down some of the, whether it's with the wedge distances, some of the putts, I don't think he's playing his best. I think he's got still a huge ceiling above him. So
he's got another gear.
I think he does if he gets his just a little bit more in control of, like I said, iron distance. He was talking about getting a new set of irons that he thinks are going to be better. Man, if he does that, he's going to be another guy that you're going to have to deal with besides Scotty Scheffler.
Which is interesting. When he first came on the PGA Tour and we made so much of the single-length irons, the thought was he's going to be a really phenomenal iron player. Yet now it's kind of inverted, where he's able to bludgeon courses off the tee, has a good short game, streaky putter who can putt really well, but the iron game has been inconsistent. Steve, what do you make of Bryson DeChambeau, not just this week, but coming up the remainder of the season?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's always a force. As far as he hits the golf ball, I mean, he puts the ball in play and gets some wedges dialed in. I mean, and rolls a couple of putts. I mean, he's always going to be in the top 10, top 5, like he has here at the PGA. 3 of the last 5 years, he's been in the mix here. But, doesn't look like it's going to really materialize unless somehow this goes in and Scotty Scheffler has a bit of a train wreck coming in.
Well, honestly, if he gets this up and down, he's probably going to finish second alone.
He's got a good chance at second. Jon Rahm just put it in the water.
Jon Rahm is
back on 17.
Totally falling apart.
Well, it's a pretty basic pitch and run. Not too big of a slope up this green. Very gradual. Little right to left break.
Yeah, just needs to get the speed right. And that one kind of checked up.
Pedestrian effort from DeChambeau with his 3rd.
Yeah, he's not happy with either one of those 2 shots. Last 2 shots. And there's a real good chance that Scotty Scheffler's going to end up with about a 6-shot victory here. Rahm's going to 6. Bryson, it's going to be a battle between JT Poston and Bryson for 2nd.
JT Poston in the right bunker off the tee on the 16th.
Yeah, and so far from what we've seen in this last 3 or 4 groups, the Green Mile hasn't been nice.
Green Mile would be co-leader with Scheffler. Scheffler just birdieing 15. He's at 12 under. Finau's 3rd on 18.
A little right to left chip and run down the hill.
Get going a little bit. Just another sticky out of that first cut. It's been a recurring theme.
About Scheffler, was 2 over on the front 9. Only hit 2 fairways. Now birdies on 10, 14, and 15. It's 3 under on this backside to go from a 5-shot lead early on the front 9, co-leader with Jon Rahm, to the lead potentially being back to 5.
It's already at 5. Rahm's hitting 4.
Well, it hasn't.
Yeah, hasn't been posted yet, but yeah. Hey, this is probably for outright 2nd right here for Bryson, which, like I said, I don't think he's not even on yet. Of course, Scotty was off for a couple days this week too.
It's amazing how this golf course keeps everybody in check. It's so hard to just run away and make a boatload of birdies, but this is one of those makeable putts right here. It's a little up the hill, should move from his right to left ever so slightly. Not a ton of break though.
Can DeChambeau get up and down on the 72nd hole? Burns the edge.
Wow, that's a shame. But still, another solid high finish in a major championship.
For those scoring at home, he ties the clubhouse lead, which is
with Harris English, who just moved up to T4.
Harris English at 6 under par. Sunday 70 for Bryson DeChambeau. 6 under for the week.
Hit a nice putt. He's just begging for it to hang on. Almost got him some Tony Finau. Almost hit Tony Finau with his putter and then was apologetic.
Finau. Brutal finish.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Double on 17, bogey on 18. He plummets out of the top 10. That's a 74 for Tony Finau, T20.
Yep.
At the PGA Championship.
This golf course just brings out when you have a little weakness in these conditions. It is exposed to everybody really except for Scotty Scheffler.
Jon Rahm somehow making bogey on the 17th. So that'll be more than that. My apologies.
Yeah, he's.
Here's the leaderboard. Scotty Scheffler at 12 under, DeChambeau 6, English at 6. Looks like Rahm's going to fall to 6. JT Poston would be the closest chaser. The Scotty Scheffler performance is what? Fill in the blank.
It's phenomenal. He's just clearly the best player day in, day out in the world today, and is as close to the great players of the last, the Tiger Woods type run. Not saying he's Tiger, but he is clearly the dominating factor in golf.
Scotty Scheffler en route to major number 3 will be his first time winning the PGA Championship. What a show he has put on this week. And how about Quail Hollow? Remember, final round coverage now over on CBS. Quail Hollow, resilient with all the rain that we had. For Steve Scott and Scott Verplank, I'm George Savarikis. Big thank you to our producer, James Davidson, director, Scott Johnson, as well as Heather Wilson and Ian Green, and all the hardworking men and women behind the scenes for the week that was on ESPN+. So long from Charlotte. We'll see you next year in Philly.